Well, hello, first champion. Alright, fearless leader. Welcome. Aw, it looks like you're up on my shelf. Felicitations, my family of fledglings. I remember last week we thought of maybe a different thing to say in the intro, and I already forgot it, so, oh well. Remind me in DMs if somebody remembers, or looks back on the old VODs. And also ghosts. It's so good to unsee you. Welcome to another night with yours truly, D. We are doing something a little bit new. We have invested in some backdrop-y sort of material. As you can see, the studio is becoming more like the sanctum that I have wanted for so long. Next will be the slow building of wardrobe to match, I believe. So good things to come in the future, including Oz fixing something that's missing because I broke it. I broke the really, really nice piece that Blood Moon Menagerie made for me. But she's already scouting on ways to make it superior so it can withstand the forces of me. What you see behind you, or behind you? Oh, what do you see behind you? That was an interesting slip. I'm so curious what you see behind you. What you see behind me is vastly the endeavors of one of our community's own, both a follower of the multitude of our streams, plus a dear friend in real life, Stuart Mullen. My broken lost boys hearing. Exactly. 100%. You get it. You get it. Also, hello. Welcome. Yes, so a lot of these are custom-made pieces by him and his amazing craftsmanship. At some point, what I might want to do is take a picture or a short revolving video or something of each one of these so that you all get a close glimpse. Maybe I'll post it as a little side perk for people who are subbed or something of the sort. Or maybe I'll actually put it as a Patreon thing since I don't have anything up on that particular page. I will figure it out. We'll do something with it. But yes, one small step closer to crafting a backdrop that's more indicative of what I wanted behind me. Bits and pieces at a time. Bits and pieces. Yes. So the vampire hunting weaponry and spoils of things that I've slayed in the past and whatnot. It's all coming together. Tonight is a discourse night. We're going to be hopping into Enshrouded and tearing down Fort Kelvin. All of the fun stuff that we built up, we're going to undo and take all of the materials, which hurts, but that's what we're going to do. Everett, hello and welcome. And tonight's discourse topic is the equivocation, or comparing and contrasting between military drafting and reproductive rights. And this all got kicked off from a TikTok that I happened to get in my inbox that I couldn't let go, and wanted to garner some opinions from the lot of you in regards to what you think of the situation, or what you've thought of the situation before we discuss tonight. Ooh. Suddenly everything filled out even more in the background music. We're listening to Enshrouded players playing background music. That's an eclectic set of topics. It's really just two. Just draft versus really in the US, what we seem to care about as far as reproductive rights, largely access to abortion is what I mean. So not too wide. But let me pull up what spurned this topic so you can sort of gain a little bit of context as to why this is why this is a topic tonight. We'll switch scenes here so we can see together. All right, here's the claim. Here's the claim in live, not in live, but in TikTok form.
So my entire For You page right now is men getting on the internet screaming, crying, throwing up because of this war draft that is going into effect for men ages 18 to 26.
I'm going to stop right there. I forgot. I was going to actually talk about these parts in bits. So, and I should have warned you that I'm going to. Because I'm going to pause it several times over. Person happens to be very young. Obviously has strong opinions, and those opinions are probably going to skew more to the left side of the spectrum. And so we'll probably see some things that are going to be characterized in ways that are highly biased, probably more towards the left extreme. But you know, the more extremist you get on the internet, the more views you're likely to garner. And this one happened to get a pretty good amount of likes. This person in question claims, first of all, which I think is kind of weird, that many people, many men, are screaming and crying about the war draft when there isn't a war draft. She's American. This is like an American topic that's happening right now. People talking about the idea that men could be drafted into war. There's no change to the active duty requirements for the different branches of U.S. military right now. So this is related to a bill that hasn't passed yet. It's just been introduced with regards to the consignment necessities of young men. If you turn 18 as a young male in the United States, it is your duty to sign up to be draftable. And it is everybody's duty. And if you miss this duty, it is a felony. So you need to know to do this thing. And if you don't know to do this thing, you could get into trouble. The good news is the military and the government at large generally realizes that there's very little knowledge spread about this to young men. And so they're pretty relaxed. Generally, if you go to register for a vote and you're in this age bracket, they'll check. They'll be like, oh, hey, noticed you haven't signed up for your, potential military duties, which haven't been enacted in decades and decades, in generations. So the fact that most people are caught when they vote to also sign in selective services kind of fixes the problem. I really doubt the prosecution for a felony charge is really existent, unless somebody is really trying to draft dodge or do something extrajudicial in any way. Good thing I'm old. Yeah. Trevor! Hello and welcome. Sorry, we have some Enshrouded music going on and made the intro a little bit cacophonous, but hope that's okay. I mean, we always had to register with selective service. Now it's automatic. So the bill being introduced, if passed, would make it an automatic thing. You would not have to personally register. The threat of a felony would disappear because it would just be handled on the side of the government, and then it would be done. So are men screaming and crying about this? Maybe somebody who's really young that got the wrong news story or watched a TikTok that was like, by the way, your country is going to try to push you into active military service. Who knows where you'll get sent? Ukraine? Taiwan? Someplace else? It could be catastrophic for your life if you come back home in the first place. So, is this happening? Are men being confused by the bill and believe that they will be consigned into active service? Maybe. She's making one of those claims that's really good to start a TikTok video with. because it's hard to prove. She said her For You page is inundated with men crying about the draft. I can't see her For You page. You can't see her For You page. This is the sort of conspiracy level premise to an argument that the right generally uses. And here she is on the left using it. I've made obscene progress on my Minecraft project. It's been a good day. Congratulations, my dude. To Mars. It feels birthday, man. What? What do you mean to Mars? To like escape the draft? Farming views through fear. Yes, absolutely. Farming views through fear. So let's see what she has to say about these screaming, crying men all over her For You page.
And so I'd like to take us back a little bit to when women were getting on the internet and we were screaming, crying, throwing up because Roe v. Wade was overturned, and then we've been progressively losing more and more and more rights over our bodies.
So Roe v. Wade being overturned was a real thing that happened, but it was also something that happened on a judicial level where it ought to have happened, and I think a lot of Supreme Court justices understood well before the current Supreme Court that it was about to happen. Does that make all women scream and cry? Probably only the ones in conservative states, because they knew that something was coming. The equivalency here is problematic because the war draft doesn't actually exist, whereas the repealing of rights to your own body's health was essentially repealed in a few different places, and is currently undergoing litigation between the United States and Idaho predominantly, and a few other high-profile cases, namely Texas is also trying to sue, and they're holding off and watching the Idaho verdict to see if they can use that to guide their court case as well. So this is kind of weird, and it seems like something that if somebody was scared about a misunderstanding of a bill that hasn't even passed yet, why equate it to something that absolutely happened that is potentially dangerous for some people? Now, these states that have created really restricted rights and are making it so doctors are a little bit afraid to do many different procedures because they're afraid of malpractice or being, in other words, slapped on the wrist by the government. Potentially big slap, I should say, not just a small slap. That's a big problem. Now, it's not a problem for the whole country either. Men being drafted would be an entire country issue, and there isn't a single left or neutral state that's created harsher laws now that Roe v. Wade is decided at the state level. To war on Mars? Oh, I mean, I'll fight on Mars. That sounds fun. I think Mars is where we should send all of the billionaires, and then the rest of us can just hang out down here and fix everything they sort of messed up along the way. Anyway, let's see where her rant continues.
And to the point now that they're going after contraceptives. And so I just wanted to pose a question into this dialogue and ask that it really sucks when the government wants to force you to do things with your body that you don't want to do, doesn't it?
So there it is. Her premise is people should have stood up for Roe v. Wade and done something to protect women when Roe v. Wade was already problematic in litigation. And to further clarify what I mean, because I dropped that, but I didn't really say much about it. Roe v. Wade was not really a strong legal precedent that was established. It was sort of like a court opinion that was, well, just one person's opinion, really. It was extracted and used to try to make the 14th Amendment extend past just the bodily rights and secrecy and privacy of a single person to try to also include any life that they carry as well, which is a big stretch. And to say we have a stacked, more conservative Supreme Court, one would be wrong. And I think the most recent court decision on waiving a case that was presented regarding the FDA's level of access for mifepristone is proof that the court's not biased against everything that has to do with abortion and is trying to push some sort of conservative conspiracy on the people. But they also were not going after Roe v. Wade, right? It came to their doorstep because Mississippi appealed a case all the way up to the Supreme Court that required them to make a judicial review. And when they made the review and came up with the results that many justices previous had already decided was probably going to be the issue. Even somebody with rather leftist personal views, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, RBG as most people like to refer to her, she, before her passing, knew that Roe v. Wade's clock was ticking and that it was likely to get repealed by one sitting of the court or another. Eventually, if it came under review by the Supreme Court, they would probably find it to be lacking in protections. In other words, the federal government would not be able to decide the matter. That's not a nail in the coffin for people. That just means it goes to the states. It doesn't say abortion is illegal in the US, it just says it goes to the states. And a lot of states are actually facing severe problems right now when they restrict abortions because it is breaking EMTALA, or a rule set that forces hospitals and doctors to step in and help people when they are in danger. And that's where the Idaho case comes in. That's where the Texas case comes in. But RBG understood this so deeply that she pushed very strongly with the Obama administration to codify access to abortion at the federal level. The Obama administration, a somewhat left-leaning administration, decided against her requests and said, no, you know what, that's not something we're going to codify into law. Not because they thought Roe v. Wade had strength and therefore it should hold, but because they probably didn't believe, leftists probably didn't believe, that this should be a thing codified at the federal level beyond sort of just a loose precedent that was being held for a few decades. And a few people have said Roe v. Wade needed to stay in circulation because it's been around for so long, but the Supreme Court has overturned existing, I don't want to say precedent, but just ongoing ideology, I guess precedent to a wider degree, that has gone on for more than twice as long as this particular precedent. So having something around for a long time doesn't necessarily mean it's safe from judicial review. I think we should send them all to see the Titanic again. There are already other ideas. I mean, if any billionaires want to try the boring tubes that Elon's created, those are basically not wide enough to send emergency vehicles down. If you get stuck, broke down, something explodes or gets lit on fire, you're kind of trapped down there. I don't even know if you have enough space to open up your doors to get out of the vehicle. And in some cases, I mean, if you're driving a Musk-created vehicle, you might not be able to open the doors in an emergency as it is. Yeah. Starship Trooper Wars with alien bugs. That would be fun. Hey, Jam. Happy Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. Anyway, I think the worst part of this really is not that she's talking about Roe v. Wade per se, but it's, well, hello, Akoma. Thank you for the chills. It's that she's equating the idea that when men are drafted in a war to protect the interests of the United States, that's a travesty in the same sort of way that states reducing access to abortion is a travesty to those women that might actually need real health care, and those doctors are scared to provide it. And again, not elective abortions we're talking about really, but sort of the emergency abortion situation, which is dangerous. And some doctors have come out and said they're scared to perform emergency procedures that could save a person's life or maintain their health or maintain their reproductivity because they're afraid of what the government will do to them. But let's wrap this up.
Really sucks when the government sneak passes legislation when your bodies are on the line.
Sneak past legislation, she said. There's another real thick leftist claim, right? Not only are we talking about somebody who believes that the war draft bill is a bill to draft people into war and not just automatically sign them up for a service they need to have signed up for anyway. And it's out in the open. It's not sneaky, right? But she also believes that the repealing of Roe v. Wade was somehow sneaky, or that governments immediately thereafter were being sneaky at the state level when they were talking about what they were going to do going forward with reproductive rights. We immediately looked to Georgia as soon as Roe v. Wade was overturned, and we, looked at what we were facing then at the state level. And if that was, a deal breaker for us, or if we were going to want to move, these things, cross people's minds. And so, naturally we did the research, and that information is all public. So for her to make the claim that it's something sneaky that the government would do, maybe some government, but the U.S. is being, I don't know, transparent enough.
Doesn't it? And you might say, Haley, this is war, this is different. Either way, lives are being lost. It's just the difference is your deaths will be seen as honorable and heroic.
That part's extremely weird, too. She's making some really interesting claims here. One, the claim that the repeal of Roe v. Wade necessarily leads to lost lives. And it doesn't. Again, in leftist, centrist states, nobody's lives are getting lost. In rightist states, is there going to be blood on those government's hands? Perhaps. Is it going to be for things like ectopic pregnancies where a doctor was afraid to step in until the very last minute and something happened? Maybe. Those cases, I don't think are going to be as great as the number of lives lost in a war conflict, but they can't be ignored either. One life lost by a government making a decision like this that would scare a doctor to step in, one life is enough to be atrocious, to be awful for our country to decide, my opinion. Something that we really should never see is a doctor saying, you know what, I'm too afraid to do anything, so you'll probably have to be either really close to death or so close that you might die before I do anything. That's awful. Absolutely awful. But the idea that we live in a country where anybody believes that the people who die in war are seen as heroic, I don't think that we feel that way. I don't know about you all, but for me, by and large, every military person I know who either served in the military or who served and died in the military, I feel that a great deal of them were just trying to provide for their families. They weren't really interested in the patriotic causes of the war. In fact, many of my friends who are now veterans or, no longer part of active service and are doing something else with their lives didn't agree with anything that they did. And one particular friend of mine said one of the worst things that he saw serving in the military and why he would disrecommend it to anybody in the future, at least in our country, is when it comes to presenting the ideas of what it's like to serve in a given area, what cause we were rooting for, and how strongly the people on the ground felt about protecting and forwarding that cause. When it came down to giving that press information, they usually find, people who are out there actually serving, front lines. And then they vet them. They'll vet every single one that they can until they get enough of a number of people who are willing to say, the positive, patriotic, and gung-ho things that they want you to say. If you dissent, feel weird, are uncomfortable, you're unsure, you don't agree with why you're being sent, the military ain't gonna use you. These are not my words. These are the words of a friend of mine who served. I won't say what branch, and I won't say anything about him specifically to protect his identity, but I don't think the military sees itself as heroic unless you really drink the Kool-Aid. I don't think people back at home feel that the military has done particularly heroic things. When we were in Afghanistan, were we helping Afghanis, or were we looking for mineral rights so that we could increase our independence on creating computer components? When we went to Iraq, did we care about the Kurds? Did we care about the Kuwaitis? Or were we interested in locking lower oil prices? Do we ever have a heroic reason to spend billions of dollars and go out and try something? Or are we protecting greater interests? Now, me, somebody who loves capitalism, maybe more than I should, I get why we go to war. And I get why we send low-income people out there in the promise that we'll transform their family's future, and maybe their kids and grandkids will be able to jump up a class, a socioeconomic class. Do I consider that heroic? No. It's just transactional. You break a few eggs, a few boys don't come back home, and we establish a greater foothold in the world. And maybe their families benefit generationally as a result. Maybe less so these days because the pay hasn't really been commensurate with, life-changing. So I don't know. Yeah. Not sure soldiers get a hero's welcome either. Yeah, they don't. They really don't. I don't know why she believes that there's something wonderful about draft service. You know who thinks the military is heroic? It's the same people who want to take away women's rights. That's very true. They're okay with sending boys to the slaughter. They're okay with sending women to the ER at the last minute and only have an abortion if they absolutely have to. Or if it's their kid, right? I feel like we're seeing the world of abortion in the US in the same way real estate has seen for decades the idea of a NIMBY. You all know what NIMBY stands for, right? Not in my backyard. That's somebody who very strongly touts a specific policy. NIMBYs are usually outwardly leftist but closet rightist, right? They'll say, we need more diversity and inclusion in our neighborhoods. And then you say, great, there's a brown-skinned family moving in next door to you, and they go, no. I just mean somewhere in the county, maybe, but maybe across the tracks, just not in my backyard, right? And I feel the same way about abortion access. We're starting to see a few politicians come under the same scrutiny, right? Like, oh, didn't you pay for an abortion for your girlfriend? Oh, no, I mean, it's a different. I still believe I do believe it's wrong. Yeah, I sincerely regret, what I did when I was younger, or whatever they want to, but it's the idea of good for me, not for thee sort of thing, right? I don't like the neighbor's dogs in my backyard. You need to train Luna to do something about that. Go on a rampage. Protect. We'll wait for those who are on Twitch break to come back, and we'll wrap up this particular TikTok. But yeah, I just the gall, and especially for somebody to start with the premise of something so unprovable. Like, look at my page. You can't look at my page, but if you could look at my page, you'd see so many people, so many men and boys so upset about serving in our military. Well, see how they like it. And I think ultimately her point here that she's coming to is see how they like it when they lose rights. They didn't serve in the Supreme Court, these boys who are upset about the draft, these probably mythological boys who are upset about the draft. They didn't repeal Roe v. Wade. And women with or without abortion rights probably aren't looking at this draft law hoping that it has a rider that will force men into conscription. It's so confused. All right, let's wrap up a little last bit.
Well, ours is just seen as a side effect of being a woman.
And there's the end. Yeah. So dying because you don't have access to an abortion is a side effect of being a woman. Now, could you take some people on the right and paint them in this light? Maybe. And some people on the right might actually double down and say, absolutely, it's God's will. God stepped in and said, I I take your life into my hands. I need you up in heaven. And don't you dare, hurt the baby in the process of me doing this. There might be some sort of rhetoric like that. But those are the absolute nut jobs, right? By and large, most people, when pushed on the matter of, your own family, somebody in your own family, the closest woman to you, would you want her to have limited emergency access to care or unlimited? And people are going to say unlimited. Doesn't matter what your background is. So there's the premise of tonight. The idea between what it would mean to serve in active military draft, assuming that would ever happen. Although right now, the bill being presented doesn't do that. It just signs you up for a service you already had to sign up for, but automatically, if it were to pass in the first place. Versus what kind of rights do women have from state to state? How is that going to play out? What's going to happen in the future? Do you feel that Idaho has a leg to stand on against the U.S. when it says that its ideological laws regarding abortion are not restricted by EMTALA? I'm pretty confused what there is to react here. Are we discussing if this lady is correct or incorrect? Well, I'm telling you she's incorrect. You can tell me otherwise if you feel so inclined to do so. But I suppose my question is, do you feel like there's any equivocation between men serving in military and women losing their lives due to restricted access to healthcare? Or if the two don't match up in any way? Well, let me close that part. Where is my... just do that. Oh! Did I stop? Oh, I'm back in again. Let's also pop in to Discord and see who all is in the call and in Enshrouded playing music with me. Hello.
Hello.
Well, hi. How's your week so far?
Busy.
Busy? Unfortunately, mine too.
Been kind of lame.
A lame week? Why is it lame? Is it the neighbors' dogs in the backyard?
Yeah, just a lot of stuff.
I see. Well, let's make it as unlame as we can. And, I'm gonna tear some stuff up in Enshrouded.
Fun.
This makes me so sad because I spent so many hours building this stuff up. But at least
know.
tear down is a lot faster.
My house was the easiest because I didn't have too much of a connection to it, and it didn't take me that long.
That's good. Do you think you'll build in the same spot? Have you scouted out what that area looks like in the new Fort Kelvin?
Yeah. There's no open cliff. It's just buildings,
I see.
if I remember right. But yeah, no, my cliff is not there. And if it's there, it's taken.
Hmm. That is unfortunate.
Another cliff between my place and Nika's place.
Hmm. Might be onto something there.
Wait, I think Oz.
I'll have to take a look. I don't know. I'll probably scout it out once it's fully up to date and see. Didn't realize that Fort Kelvin was full of enemies at one point.
Oh, yeah. It was a long time ago, but we came and even old Kelvin had a bunch of the Ewoks or whatever they're called.
I appreciate the Star Wars reference.
I don't know their real name. It starts with a V.
Vuka.
VWalks.
Vuka? Ewoks.
We're gonna need to transfer the chests and all the stuff that's in them, aren't we?
Yep.
Fun.
Thanks for volunteering.
Oh, I'm sure you don't want those chests going to waste.
I didn't realize how much we had built up of these ruins. Once you start tearing everything down, you see what was added versus what wasn't. I guess I just forgot how much work had gone into some of these places. Either that, or you're able to tear down existing building too. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Some of this doesn't tear down, but some does. It's kind of interesting. Oh, I feel like I've got a lot of that. Everett says, I agree with her that the two issues are related, but I think she's wrong about both. She takes a libertarian view, and I'm much more of a communitarian. What do you mean by a libertarian view? I'm curious.
I actually placed a second shrine in my single player over at Harvest Homestead.
Congrats. Harvest Homestead.
Yeah, it's over towards the starter area-ish.
Oh. Yeah.
But, I mean, it's a nice place.
Mm-hmm. That's
Cleared out. And just, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna fix the houses.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
It's all... The more you experiment with building, I think the easier ideas come to you.
The
Okay.
Sam says, I consider myself pro-choice, but my family is generally pro-life, e.g. my sister gave her child up for adoption. She wouldn't have been able to take care of him. The kiddo got a great set of parents with the care and resources to provide a good life. Nobody lost their lives. Not quite the doom and gloom ending that's painted by those who hate on pro-lifers, for what it's worth. Yeah, I tried to do a little bit of research in regard to some of the bigger claims that the especially TikTok community like to create, just as far as how dangerous the places like Idaho and Texas have become because they have limited abortion access now. And you can't find that sort of information or statistics, or at least I can't, despite my best efforts. So, do I need to switch to a different block to remove these? Guess not. So I'm kind of in the dark as far as, how, like, what are we talking about as far as the policy goes here? Is it like a death trap to live in Texas now? I don't think I necessarily characterize it as that, but I don't have evidence that would counteract the larger TikTok majority of people that would say really negative things about living in these areas. But then, the same can be said about how the right characterizes leftist states. They'll say things like, they're just aborting babies left and right, killing babies, and having drag queens grooming their children, and I don't know if it's real. Everybody just wants to push the craziest, most fear-mongering narrative that they can to get the most views.
All right. How many flame altars do we have to remove? Just the one?
I think just the one. We can remove it, replace it, and see how we do. If we have to remove the one west of Kelvin, I think we can make it work, although somebody else also did some building in that area. And I don't know how much damage.
Alright. So where are we putting the chest that's over here for the time being?
I think our idea was to place everything chest-wise in the bank, which has its own flame altar, so it's easy access to port back and forth.
Because we're going to have to empty the chest just to pick them up, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that works.
Do you concur, Lost? Is that the case?
Yeah, you can
Empty.
just empty the whole chest into your inventory, grab the chest, and
Oh,
first
keep in
one's-
mind, some of these have more than what my inventory can hold at the moment.
Might have to be a few trips.
Yeah.
Everett
Alright.
says her central
Let's play
point
the
was
guessing game.
when she said something to the effect of, "Doesn't it suck when the government takes away rights over your body?" No, it doesn't. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that we don't have full autonomy over our bodies and our capacity, right? There are many things we can't just jump in and decide for ourselves. So I guess I can see, yeah, that is kind of a libertarian point of view. Less government, less invasion of what we do with our own liberties, when in reality, the liberties of our body is kind of a conversation, right, with everybody else in the country. She's describing the state of nature, and we are much better off in an organized society. We make collective decisions about our bodies. No one does or should control their own body.
Oh, wow.
Jam says, "You don't abort babies, you abort fetuses." That's a characterization. It's problematic for a lot of people. I think the concept of where life begins and ends, where autonomy and personhood begins, is something that needs to be decided on a government by government basis, and these things can't just be left ambiguous. As soon as they're left ambiguous, you run into lots of problems, as we see in this country right now.
All right, what's the bank? Is it?
It's a big domed building.
I'm probably at the wrong place then.
It is. How do I mark that one?
Dun, dun. Am I just placing the chests and then refilling them? I assume. Or are there chests in here?
I don't know if there are.
This big church is the bank?
It's not a church.
Or what I think it was
Big
what Oz
domes
was working
building?
on. I assume. I mean, it looks like a big dome.
Yeah,
Green windows.
Yep.
Okay.
that's a bank.
Okay.
Nico's design.
I thought Oz was working over here. Okay.
Oz's is a subterranean base.
Okay.
I can't say more than that because I know the secret that everybody else doesn't know, and she wants
Fair
people to guess just like I want people to guess about mine.
Okay. Am I just placing chests wherever for the time being?
Yeah, we'll probably figure it out.
Yeah, sure. Backpack. We have an NPC. Try to keep it as close to. This flame altar.
The concept of life begins at conception is really idiotic, almost as dumb as saying the Bible forbids abortions.
What are we keeping close to that flame altar?
NPCs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the idea that life beginning at conception is confusing at best. I mean, we have so many things that are similar to zygotic life that happen, exist, die in the body on a regular basis. We would just be like living, walking tragedies. But I suppose you'd also have to start with the premise of, you know, we're some sort of like godly creation that deserves certain protections for everything that happens to us. You know, all of the cells and sloughing and miscarriaging and like literally everything about us is some sort of perfect greater plan, which I just can't ascribe to. I much more of the Agent Smith sort of view on humanity. I think humans smell and have a lot of gross and messy things about them. And I wouldn't use my view to conduct policy either, because mine's extreme to the point where I think we're just like really nasty flesh bags that are constantly oozing gross things and making stuff we shouldn't make, like in the case of cancer, and having stuff die in us that shouldn't die in the case of a bunch of other diseases and whatnot. So I don't think there's anything special or lovely about people at all. But knowing that about myself, I would definitely not use me as the person to, you know, decide policy for everybody else. I think policy needs to be more of a consensus idea and something that's backed by some sort of scientific standard as well. So as much as we might have a democratic truth idea, that can be dangerous too, because you get enough people who believe in old supernatural ideas about how humans are. You can get them to vote in policy with their numbers, whereas certain things need to be much more fact-based. The people trying to take away abortion are not interested in science or science-based policy. Yeah, that needs to end, right? That's one thing that's incredibly dangerous for a country's future, is the idea that people who have long studied a subject and have come to certain inexorable truths about a situation can't be trusted as much as ancient wisdom. We we can't build a society like that. We certainly can't perpetuate a society like that and keep it going. They want faith-based policy, only their faith, though, very important. Yeah, that's something that I appreciate the Satanic Temple's endeavors, that they attempt anywhere where Christian society has deemed that it's necessary that religious rights are preserved, they step in and say, and ours too, since we're also a religion. Just smashing everything up. I didn't realize how much was destructible in this bridge too. I guess I kind of remember the bridge was only half wide when you first get in here.
Let's go piece by piece.
God bless those Satanists. They're doing the Lord's work. Well, there's a bit of a gray area around what happens at conception. I don't know of a different benchmark that I would call the beginning of life. I mean, I definitely believe that conception creates life. I just don't know if I would say it creates personhood, right? There's nothing in conception that we could...
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
Well, hello, Oz. Oh, you're right. We never did commit the updates that you worked on earlier. I would need that in... Can you send that to me in a Discord DM? And then I'll make sure to do that tonight before we turn in. But a great benchmark would be your birth date. Birth date for personhood. That could be dangerous, though, too. That doesn't protect children in the womb that have developed a certain level of autonomy or brain activity. So, and I think a lot of people, even on the left, would take a look at birth as too late to use as a policy standard for certain types of policy. Some societies use 1 year after birth for legal personhood, for legal protection. That's more of an Asian thing. We can't just switch back and forth between personhood and life. Those are other different concepts. Which are we discussing? I don't think anybody who is talking about the concept of reproductive rights is concerned about whether or not living tissue can be operated upon and possibly killed, right? If I have some sort of a extraction of tissue and a biopsy performed and it kills that tissue, nobody's like crying and praying over me that happens. Cyst removals, cancer, killed, all that stuff is like living tissue. So I don't think the life part is the important concept. I think the establishment of personhood is really the debate that people have when they talk about, you know, those crazy leftist states. They're killing babies.
Ooh, change this? More jewelry?
Jewelry?
I assume that's what she means by sight.
Oh, there's... I forget what all the changes were that happened. But yeah, the site needs an update. Can I walk you through it? I can. If you're still listening, I could try to give you the best, let's what's the word I'm looking for? Oven mitts on tutorial that can provide.
Best oven mints. It's beautiful.
I like to refer to anything that's like really hard to do remotely as trying to like basically trying to crochet with oven mitts or something like that. Something very detailed that requires more finesse than an oven mitt can possibly provide.
Try crocheting with a band-aid on when you need to bend a finger.
Oof. I
Been there,
mean,
done
I
that.
play guitar, so yeah.
Blister, man.
Anything that prohibits you moving cleanly.
This one.
I'm just coming in like a wrecking ball. Just call me Miley Cyrus.
Please don't.
You could destroy these too. Oh. You really think that birth triggers life? Birth doesn't really change the organism at all. Birth is movement from one location to another and disconnection of the umbilical cord. That's a good point. Although, if you're talking biblically, if you want to use the Bible as structure, there's a Bible verse about taking your first breath as having the actual like spirit of your soul enter your body at that time. So you could almost use biblical support in policy that would define personhood at birth. Although, again, I'd argue, just conventionally, at least in our country, that societally probably wouldn't fly even with people that define themselves very far on the left. They'd probably say that's a little bit atrocious or barbaric to wait that long. And especially with science, if you want to say we're a science-based society and we're moving forward in more scientific ways, that there is an age of viability where if a child has to be removed from a mother for emergency purposes, that child will live. We can make it live. We can make it work. Which would maybe be a stronger definition of whether that life is a person, if it's able to survive on its own with some medical support. Whatever you label it, women should have control over their own bodies. I mean, that's the question at hand, though. What is their body, and what is the body of another being inside of them? How do you make that determination? If they want to get rid of a pregnancy, they shouldn't have to break the law to do it. Well, there's also the question of, you're saying get rid of a pregnancy. I think the greater policy argument right now is one around what to do in cases of emergency abortive procedure, not elective. Elective is going to be a way harder and longer battle to win for either side. Whereas emergency care is emergency care, right? You're protecting an adult, a
Whoa.
fully autonomous life that's had years of existing autonomously.
I already missed the flowers.
Miss the flowers?
Yeah, I think someone put up flowers. and
Oh.
I missed them already.
Flex.
Lost. You
I
took them
just
all
took
down.
them down.
Brutal. How dare you? I'm just kidding. It's all part of it. I don't make that distinction. I think elective abortion is just as important as emergency. How can you justify that on a moralistic level for somebody that thinks that they could be possibly taking a life out of the equation? The loss of elective is just a step toward the loss of emergency. Don't you mean the other way around? If you get loss of emergency, you'd eventually be also, or wait, no, maybe you are saying it right. I think I'm backwards. Well, right now, certainly the state governments that are in trouble and are in court cases are the ones that are disputing whether or not emergency abortion is a proper treatment. I already tried this roof. This roof is actually mostly real. A woman can go live on a mountain and control her own body, at least until she starves or dies of exposure. Otherwise, she lives in a society and absolutely should not get control of her body. Interesting. The way you phrase that, I think you would see a lot of pushback from people. But I think you're trying to make a bigger point. I'm just trying to see it when you say that people shouldn't have control of their body in a society.
I just got a bunch of achievements for moving things.
Congrats.
I think it said mine / gather. Yeah, mine every valuable material and revel woods into the waste.
So all you needed was to have those in your inventory. And it's like, yep, you did the work. Congratulations. Sure, okay. You've mined everything by your own hardworking pickaxe.
I mean, I got my level 10 on my own, so.
All right. I can't really convince people that make decisions based on what they think their sky fairies want. Well, I don't think it's a sky fairy thing to want to protect human life, right? Like people care about humans in a way like more than I generally do. I care about my humans, but you know, I generally want people to have the least amount of suffering and live the longest, healthiest lives possible. And I think most people generally agree with some sort of concept of humans are a little bit more special and a little bit more important than like sandwich meat or like a lizard in the desert. And so we do things, we set policies that are a little more protective of this glitch. Oh, I'm lagging is what's going on. That's weird.
Oh, shit.
Careful. I'm lagging.
It changes
if I'm
all at once.
Lagging you all.
I'm lagging too.
Yeah, it might just be like lots of server changes all at once. Catching up.
Gotta retake my inventory.
I don't think there's anything Sky Fairy about being protective or cautious about the way policy affects human life. I think the question is greater than a religious idea on what human life is like. I think there's some sort of an ethical consensus that has to be struck, or at least a normativity that's done through some sort of means. How you get to that normativity, that's questionable. I would agree against, or by creating a policy that does not rely on sky fairies. But I also feel like you're going to be in the vast minority of people that believe that if a child is like 8.5 months, but still living inside the womb, that anything can happen to it, and that's fine. You know, a murderer stabs a woman through the belly, but the woman lives, that murderer is not a murderer. He's just like killing some organic tissue. It's not a big deal. Or if a mom decides to abort that late into her pregnancy, that's something that she can just do without the vast majority of society pushing back in some sort of negative way. The Bible advocates for slavery too. That's another form of controlling bodies. Yeah, I mean, well, people that cite the Bible as policy in the United States they're not citing the whole Bible. Cherry pick, right? They just pick the things that sound right to American Protestantism. I think the religious argument against abortion is very much a sky fairy thing. I don't think we should use it. Especially when they try to make argument that it's murder. Well, again, you know, where do you draw the line for personhood? If you draw the line in a way that even non-religious people would disagree or dissent with you, then you have some sort of moral repugnancy that you need to at least address or connect with greater majority of people if you're going to expect to have popular support to turn something into policy. In recent years, some people have really romanticized the libertarian doctrine of bodily autonomy. I want to take that on as directly as possible. No one should control their own bodies. Okay, so what do you mean by control? Like, obviously, we live in a country that has agreed that what you eat is up to you, right? You go, you get some money, and you go and you buy stuff. You can even eat stuff that's technically like non-nutritive food because our FDA doesn't really protect too much against like how healthy a food is that hits the shelf. Some stuff can be rather detrimental, and we can still sell it in grocery stores and at fast food restaurants, as long as it's proven to not be like a poison that affects you in the immediacy. If something takes 20 years or longer on a timeline, then we sort of see those we see a timeline for certain types of foods. In other words, if it's short, the FDA is like, no, that's poison. If it's long, the FDA is like, whatever, it's America. We wear what we want to wear. Like, where do you draw the line as far as like when you say we should not have control? Now, when it comes to certain medical choices, we have certain rights, right? We can opt out of certain procedures. We have right to die in certain states, but not all. There are certain things that you can do on your own with over-the-counter pharmaceuticals. But then a lot of other things are outside of our control as far as medical goes. Pastrami kind of slaps. Pastrami's not good for you. I'm just kidding. It's okay. It probably won't kill you in 20 years, unless that's all you eat.
Love some pastrami.
Some says it's another issue of spectrum, I think, but like Theseus's paradox, the cells in your body are constantly being replaced. Are you a new person this year than you were the last? Well, we're not. Our cells don't constantly get replaced, right? There are certain glial and neuronal cells that don't get that kind of replacement. You know, when they say like, oh, everybody's body is completely different every 7 years, is a myth, right? You know, you don't cycle through your spinal cord over and over again. There are certain cells that don't see that same sort of, they go through cellular respiration, but don't get a full replacement. It's a weird myth. I don't know where we got the idea that we were that, like the rebuilt ship.
Floating torches. Okay. Chests have been moved. What do you need?
I guess a once over on the buildings. I've torn down a lot of stuff, but I don't know if I've gone through everything. I definitely haven't grabbed any of the furniture yet. I'm just grabbing building blocks. I'm going to go do the tower next because I haven't gone up that way yet. And I know...
Torches, lighting in this building, some of the doors.
Oh yeah, doors too. Anything that's a pickup.
Beds.
Yeah, furniture that you can pick up. I haven't
building
picked up.
mainly.
But yeah, I think there is a spectrum of what we consider autonomous and deserving rights versus what we do not feel has rights. It could still be living tissue that that matters, and the policies still needs to be set. A zygote in the body that's been fertilized. Should we still have some sort of policy in place for it? Probably, but does it have personhood rights? That's something that has to be determined by each society, right? It brings to mind an adjacent argument about rape and the death penalty. If you make rape a death penalty offense, you're basically incentivizing rapists to murder their victims. I don't know that you should change sentencing based on what you think a criminal is going to do to react to that sentencing, though. Like, if... especially in regards to... I know I shouldn't be saying that word on stream, so it's just my bad because I just read what I read in chat. Yeah, if somebody is a victim of that crime and then also gets murdered, shouldn't that person face, worse charges as a result? Which also brings to mind, our people, is death penalty really like the worst thing that you can do to a person? It just takes them out of the equation. And I think we have a whole generation of people, generally starting somewhere around millennials, that if they were feeling criminal, they probably wouldn't care as much about losing their lives as previous generations might, because just the whole idea of will to live and what you do with your life and your autonomy, I think is kind of like an older idea. The more crowded we've gotten as a planet and the worse our future trajectory has been, just as far as climate science and everything else, I think that there are plenty of people out there that if you threaten them, like, oh, if you do something bad, you're going to lose your life, they'd be like, yeah, so. What was the potassium sulfate licorice percentage that you decided was perfect? I want to think it was either 8% or 4%. And now that I'm having trouble remembering, I'm in danger. Because if it's not 8% and we get 8%, my tongue will be really sad. I'm going to be on the safe side and say maybe 4% then. I feel like it was a multiple of 4. Also, it wasn't potassium sulfate licorice, it was ammonium chloride licorice. That's the good Finnish stuff. It's stuff you can generally get from Finland, some Swedish candy shops, and I think they might make some German licorice with ammonium as well. But yeah, it's awful in such a tasty way. it's both awful and tasty at the same time. Everett says you're conflating society's actual decisions not to regulate certain issues with society's power to regulate those issues. Hypothetically, if society banned eating lettuce, this stupid little icon. I can't.
Oh my god. Picking up these lights are a pain in the butt.
Oh no, I lost my thing. Picking up a lot of this stuff is a pain.
Yeah. Gotta get that angle just right. Just hope you get it.
If society stopped eating lettuce, I would stop eating it. Because society is deciding on something. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that take.
Okay. I have no idea how I'm getting that light.
So, Everett, I'm still a little bit confused about your idea that nobody should have power over their own bodies. Are you trying to say that we should have, what's the word I'm looking for? Just like a consensus that everybody follows together as sort of a social contract for living in the same country, sort of like closer to a monoculture sort of idea? Or that as long as a person's bodily choices impact other people, they don't have rights to make those decisions exclusive to themselves, but they should be held to something. Whether or not we actually currently have those rights, we should create those rights, or create those restrictions, I should say. Well, I pulled apart a lot. I don't know. Did I
Light again above the door.
missing anything?
Alright.
Let's see if we can grab some wall torches. That gets into physician-assisted suicide as well. That's something that we've decided as a culture we haven't federalized, right? That particular decision we've made at the state level. To my knowledge, Oregon has physician-assisted suicide, but other places do not. Interesting. I can't grab any of the floating torches.
Well, if you can try and get that light that's above the door in this house, I can try and grab the floaters.
The light above the door.
Yeah, it's in here. The firefly light. I can't seem to get it, no matter what I try. And trust me, I've tried that.
It does not want to come.
That's what she said.
Lost is gonna go at it hard. Alright, Everett says, I'm unclear what you're asking. In the lettuce example, I wouldn't be eating lettuce for a few reasons. one, lettuce wouldn't even be around except maybe on a black market. I mean, in this situation, you're talking about a society that has removed certain autonomy of the individual, right? So this society has already decided that control of the individual is not allowed in certain provisions. Two, I may want to be a lawful person and defer to society's laws. I'd say most people do. Three, if I wanted to resist society, it could just place me in jail, where there wouldn't be lettuce anyway. If you knew that your country had made the anti-lettuce provision based on an old opinion article as written by somebody some 2,000 years ago, would you feel like you want to stay law-abiding, or would you want to dissent, even if it just meant in legal ways? Like, you're not going to go off and start a lettuce farm in the hopes that the feds don't come down with AKs on you, but maybe you would want to try to pass new policy that said, of all the banned vegetables in our country, lettuce is okay. I have scientific proof that it's okay, and I also wish to live in a country whose policy is not based on op-eds from 2,000 years prior. Or for some combination of the above. Okay. I don't think the argument is that anybody who is pro-choice wants to go against society's greater constraints on humanity. The pro-choice person isn't generally like pro-murder, despite what a pro-life person might argue. And so you're for establishment, you're just against the idea that part of that establishment might be created on something other than common political policy, but wants to look to something more ancient and traditional, like a Judeo-Christian value. It's so sad how long it took to place down all of these blocks and how fast.
Versus how quick you can pull them up.
Yeah. It's come and destroy all the work so fast.
I think we got most all of the lights.
Cool. I think I got all the building blocks that I can think of.
Most everything that's already in the buildings is just kind of like dismantle.
Mhm.
At least all the stuff I've seen.
I remember this being here.
Where's I can pick up? List.
You said what about a pickup?
These doors.
Oh, you can pick up the doors?
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah,
point.
some of them we placed.
I'll check
Oh, okay.
some of the
The
other
ones
doors.
that we didn't place, they'll just dismantle.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Was not a did not realize doors are being placed, but that's on me for not being there right now.
It's all good. Yeah, either way, if I can't pick them up, I'm just dismantling.
Sure. Makes it easier to
Just
see.
to cover the bases.
Yeah. It's unlikely I would opt for civil disobedience. In Arkansas, I have two options. Either vote for legislators who support lettuce legalization or sign a petition to hold a popular vote on the issue. Yeah. How, I mean, would you, let's bring that back into like real life policy. Would you want something like that as far as a
Okay.
federal standard on abortion? What if we made it like a full democratic vote? Everybody in the country gets their say. And we all agree as a society one way or the other. Or we take a position where the idea is that we protect life after a certain age. Maybe that could be an addendum vote. And say, you know, at what development stage do we agree that this is somebody with protections under law? That their mother cannot step in and decide whether they live or die. I believe that the U.S. Constitution does not give federal government jurisdiction over abortion, a few possible exceptions. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think that needs to be down to belief. The Supreme Court basically rendered the same opinion, and more than just the Supreme Court had that idea. I think it's telling that Ruth Bader Ginsburg was looking for codification of a Roe v. Wade-esque sort of federal standard, and the fact that she, who's definitely more on the left, was asking for something like that. She also believed that there was no federal protection for abortion. Otherwise, why would she ask for it? All right. Well, do we want to lift this flame altar?
I mean, if you think we got everything.
I think we got enough. I don't know that if anything else disappeared here, I would be particularly upset.
I've just been looting this stuff.
Might as well. Yeah, if there's stuff to pick up.
And this guy. He's now one bone.
Licorice International. Oz, what are you doing to me? How dare you? Oz knows I like salty licorice. As for Arkansas, we are actively debating what we as a people want to do about abortion, and we may hold a popular vote in November. We'll know for sure in a couple months. Interesting. So why would you, or not why would you, do you think that because abortion is not a federal decided issue, do you think it should stay that way? Because personally, I see issues with leaving abortion at the state level, not least of which people's right to travel freely across state borders. What if your R dude is suing you to prevent you from getting an abortion on the grounds that it is his, I assume you mean? These kinds of scenarios are entirely possible given the legal framework in certain states right now. Oh, that it is murder.
So we should dismantle these books.
Yeah, take all the books. I mean, assuming that a child was begotten through incest or R crime thing, do we deserve better laws for those kind of things? I absolutely think that we do. And as far as the life that was made from that, anybody who says that there's an opportunity there for the parent to step up is it's batshit crazy. That person needs to be not in power. But whether that's the better option, or if it should be deferred, the child should be deferred to abortion, adoption, or something like that. It's a hard policy question to make. The quality of your arguments is inversely related to the quantity of different topics you're raising. There's nothing wrong with going across a bunch of different topics. Our discourses are not locked in on one laser-lined, focused topic. What's going on, Endangerment? Oh, they mean you got a YouTube community here. I do. Almost 2,000 of you. I agree, but unfortunately, these are the kind of laws already in effect in states that are anti-abortion. I mean, they're also the states that are in, like, actual legislation, right? Or legislation, actual litigation right now. So, I don't know that I would say this is the way our country is. I would say this is something that's being actively argued right now. And I would also argue a lot of the policy ideas around R and incest and abortions are split between people who are coming into age and into power and people who are old and dying. So will we demographically change dramatically as changes to our society happen, as certain people age out of our populace? Almost certainly. I think it's fantastic that the federal government lacks jurisdiction. If everyone would just accept the idea, we would elect federal officials to deal with other pressing issues. If everyone would just accept that idea, the idea that the federal government should step in for abortion. I mean, the thing is, isn't abortion a matter of deciding what constitutes taking a life or not? That seems a little bit higher than a state-by-state decision. And again, it doesn't address the potential insurge of medical tourism that might happen, where people just decide, well, if my state's holding certain policies that I disagree with, I will just travel to get the care that I feel that I need. I see these viewers are those wise ones. All my viewers are wise ones. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Right now, a lot of people feel they need to vote for federal candidates based on abortion policy, regardless of how incompetent the candidate is about everything else. Name a time that people actually vote for somebody for their competency, though. We've had some incredibly competent people go against incumbents, and that doesn't seem to matter. We've had competency go against strong talking points, and the strong talking points always win. Competency, I don't feel is a winner when it comes to the popularity contest that politics is. I have the right to speak. You have some right to speak. You have some limitations to that right. I would gladly litigate against somebody for libel or slander because I could use money. All right, Lost Takumu. We're ready to do this. How do we feel? I might go sleep the night off. If there's still a bed in here. Or did we take the beds already? We took the beds.
Yeah, but there's beds in the building box.
Oh, is it?
Finding more books.
Okay. Damien, could you PvP? I could, and I do. I love PvP. I think Donald Trump, whom I really dislike, is to a large degree a byproduct of those who insist on handling abortion federally. I think Trump likes federalization of power, but I also think Biden does. So I don't think there's a schism between parties there. When it comes to things like bringing more power down to a more localized level, when it comes to reduction of federal restrictions and regulations, or when it comes to reduction of federal spending, I don't think there's a candidate. Right now for this next election, the ideologies, at least just as far as presidency and administration that they would command go, you have to enjoy a certain amount of restrictions on the government and on businesses. That's just how both like it. Trump doesn't want such a global economy, and Biden has traditional left regulations he'd like to keep in place or enact. They both like to spend like little girls, and both of them would like more federal reach. So, if you like austerity, this isn't time for you to be in this country. Regarding your question about whether states can decide life issues, I think that is already the case right now. Not even adult on adult murder is a federal crime. Interesting. That seems odd to me as well. I mean, someone like me could attack you, surprise attack. Oh, in PvP? Not in this game. This game has no friendly fire. Unless I happen to be standing next to an exploding barrel. I suppose if you can craft exploding barrels, you can set them next to somebody, especially if they're AFK, and then shoot it, kill them.
I feel like I just got called out because I'm AFK a lot.
It's not as the exploding barrels in this game aren't as bad as like Sea of Thieves. Those ones will one-shot a whole group of
Never
people.
played.
What? That might be a goal.
You gotta play it.
It's such a good game. I'd want to play it on someone else's stream because it's definitely a stream killer too. Or it used to be. It used to be. Maybe it's gotten better now. But I feel like there are a couple people who play Sea of Thieves to a high audience numbers, but that's like all they've ever played their entire streaming career. So anybody who knows Sea of Thieves goes, oh yeah, this is the guy I watch for Sea of Thieves. I don't watch anybody else. All right. I think it's time to destroy. It's daytime. We've looted everything we can. Are we ready?
Books.
More books?
I think I got all the books.
Okay. Okay. Okumu? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Deactivating altar. All right. In 30 seconds, the altar will disappear. And then, what is it, 30 minutes? The new Fort Kelvin will appear. But, caveat, the new Fort Kevin... New Fort Kevin. New Fort Kelvin will only appear if we stay out of the chunk.
It went away. I'm playing Fleeting Memory for it.
Oh. Alright, I'm outside of the chunk. I wonder if you can watch it load in.
Probably not.
Well, I mean, as long as you're outside of the space, it should be able to do its own thing.
Still over here with the NPCs.
Oh yeah, let's check out our new
Step away.
new scenario over here.
I
Oh,
put them in these few buildings.
all right. Looks dark. The present question is not whether Donald Trump personally likes federalizing things. My point is that if everyone agreed to the abortion was irrelevant to the presidency, Trump would likely lose. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Do we know how long it takes?
How long it takes for Fort Kelvin to load in is new?
Yeah.
Half an hour.
Holy fuck.
But that's a half-hour timer from the moment the last person was in it. So if we all left a minute ago, which I think we did, then it'll be done in exactly half an hour. If in that time one of us touches a toe in that chunk, it resets the timer.
Well,
Does
that's
it?
bullshit.
So don't go over there.
I think it resets. It might pause it.
Bullshit.
I think it resets it.
Be back.
Mhm. In Timothy McVeigh's federal trial, he was only charged and convicted of killing the 8 federal employees. Oh, interesting. You know, Everett, I super appreciate your contributions to the chats. You definitely have a wider grasp on things. My political science background is new. It's fresh. I have ideas and opinions of things that I think I would like to see in practice, but I don't have a lot of history under my belt or know a lot of things off the top of my head. So, like, even to talk about basic things, sometimes I have to do kind of a lot of research to sort of backfill spaces that have been filled with a bunch of other bullshit in my brain. And so it's interesting to gain your perspective and especially your knowledge on things. Thank you. He was never even charged with killing the 160 civilians. Everyone understood that the federal government had no jurisdiction over their murders. Sorry, I usually miss like one or two of the last words in a YouTube chat because there's a floating icon that I can't get rid of. If anybody knows how to get rid of that reaction icon in YouTube's live chat, please let me know. I'd be happy to get rid of it. I have to hit the lurk for now. Exclamation point lurk, Sam. You can get your own personal lurk shout out. Icon is incredibly poorly located.
Lurking in the shadows, Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf.
It basically occludes like 3 or 4 characters per whatever the most recent chat is. It'd be one thing if it was like an older chat. You can scroll up and down to sort of like move the chat into view and away from that icon, but it's in the newest chats way, which is just bad design. I should submit a ticket, but you know, in what spare time? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what we'll see in the future of policies for the country, but I do foresee a problem with people who want to create a like a safe nation or a safe federation of areas where they are protecting lives that start at conception, because there will be dissent in their own community, and that dissent will have such a great passion about those opinions that go against, you know, their American Protestant views strongly enough, and in a way that affects the rest of their lives. You know, if they're forced to procreate and forced to become a parent and then forced to keep that child around, that does things, that could do things to some people, especially young people with slightly different opinions on what Christianity should be, what parenthood should be, what bodily autonomy should be, that they will do drastic things. And I'm, again, probably not arguing that we should enact policy based on what somebody who breaks policy and becomes a criminal, what they're going to do. But it will raise significant moral quandary. You know, will these young people, or even some old people who might be objectors to strong pro-life laws in certain states, will they travel out of state to get the care that they need? Will they sneak away? Will they get illegal abortions? Will they, or, you know, like back alley, or, you know, illegitimate clinics or whatever? Will there be more mail order abortion pill usage? There's so many ways in which the conservative state that tries to protect and preserve life will create so many new problems. EMTALA is a big one right now that Idaho's tackling with their court case. How do you say we're going to try to make abortion as impossible as we can by our new laws, and then also try to get out of the federal protections of EMTALA? EMTALA, again, is that sort of like policy that hospitals, doctors have a certain demand upon their capabilities to ensure that they make sure that somebody doesn't die or suffer irreparable harm due to their inaction, and to say if they can't perform an abortion as a form of therapy for life-saving procedure, that could create a big problem, and is being handled in court right now. I don't think I ever heard this song before tonight, but I like this one. Do we have 9, 10 songs total now? Something like that.
10 songs?
I think so. Now, Lost said there's something about a drum that we could unlock. I kind of want to unlock the drum.
I still have 7 songs.
Oh, do you want to
That's only
hold?
because I haven't made the other instruments yet.
Yeah. I think you just have to hold them. If you want to borrow my flute and lute,
I'm not worried about it.
All right. Now, if we were to commit to a war draft, I think we'd also still have problems there as well, societally. That one would definitely be much more decided on a federal level. It's not a state's situation at that point. But I don't feel like we have a politically unified country as much as we used to. Not that there was ever such a thing. There are always objectors to whatever ideas that we had as far as a war went, and even once upon a time, we were a little more lax as far as what type of groups we would incorporate in our society, what people could have, their own movements and chapter houses and whatnot. My parents remember a time when in LA there was even a Nazi charter house or whatever. And it's like, yeah, or, was it Nazi? I think it was like KKK, actually, think about it. But neo-Nazi sort of idea. They got chased out of LA at some point, but, point being, there'll always be different ideas swarming around the country. And the more you force people into some sort of service for the greater policy ideas, I think the harder society might push back on that. Especially with some of the choices that we've made more recently and conflicts that we've gotten ourselves involved with. And I think personally with Afghanistan, we dropped the ball in sort of explaining to the public just what the heck we were doing. So I feel like a lot of people spent years, decades, sort of not understanding just why we wouldn't engage in such a long-term conflict without like any sort of clear gain for our country. Everett says Arkansas is working through those challenges now. They have no perfect solutions, but I greatly prefer living in a state that's actually facing those challenges. Interesting. When you say greatly prefer, are there states that you feel are not facing the challenges of the Roe v. Wade repeal? Let's see. So everybody's kind of all in a district together. Okay, the bard gets to hang out with the farmer, at least for now. Hi. I wonder if we have other cosmetics besides Explorer out there to get, like as drops in the world.
Never stop dancing.
Do we have any quests? Oh, hand drum. There's the quest. Oh, it's up the other stuff. Actually, it's not with the other stuff. That's way off on its own. Interesting. Didn't realize just how much land they had added with this one patch. Who wants to go get the hand drum? Or do we want to wait for maybe Friday to see if Nico and Oz would be interested in joining us? Make it a full epic party.
Yeah, let's wait for the whole crew.
Yeah.
I'm not long for this night.
I see.
Oh yeah, are you and Oz going to be joining us for the end of expansion party?
That'd be nice. I
I know
forget.
it starts earlier than the children will allow,
Mm-hmm.
but let's see.
Maybe we'll make a Rockstar appearance After everybody's a few drinks in. And what day is that?
4 to, it's literally on Sunday.
Sunday. Okay.
4 to 6 CST is catch-up stuff. So old extremes, raids, duties for mounts and achievements and whatnot, I guess. If there's nothing to run, then we've got backup for as a foot race, hide and seek, or even some maps.
Fun.
I probably shouldn't. I'm trying to debate if I need to go through the entire schedule on stream. What I'll do
As Brillis
is,
later, I don't mind. That's up to D.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
okay. Well, that's when the whole thing starts. Is at like 4 CST.
Okay.
But due to your children, I know you probably won't get in until later. CST is 1 hour behind EST, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that'll be, I believe, 5 our time
Okay. Yeah,
if you're also in EST.
that'll be pretty impossible for us to pop in.
In the event card on the FC disc, translate just to your local time.
Do you have a noise filter on your mic, Lost? You were swelling in and out.
My mic was probably far away.
Even then, it's like you're every third or fourth word it sounds like you've moved the mic at arm's length away from you and then pulled it back to you real quick.
Weird.
Yeah. But yeah, we're usually free-ish around the sometimes as early as 9 Eastern, 9:30 Eastern at the latest. But of course, every once in a while, it's
You
not
might
till
make
10.
it to the third event then,
Okay.
because the third event is the actual glamour contest,
Gotcha. Oh, fun.
and that's at 9.
That'd be fun to catch. At least that.
Yeah. The second event at 7 to 8:30. I guess they're trying to fit. I assume they're giving it a big time frame on the off chance that some people join or more join than what we would think. Is a yard contest. So your front yards at your house.
Well, mine's a mess.
I don't have the furniture, otherwise I'd participate.
Yeah.
I mean, that I'm looking at that prize, it's like
Yeah.
and maybe other stuff after the third event.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, people usually hang out for after party shenanigans too, so
Yeah.
we'll definitely hop
Low-key
in.
hoping that we'll run Hades and do some mount farming.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah, I
But-
still need that one too.
I'm glad I'm not alone.
I think I do too.
I got Silky and I said, fuck you, Variant Dungeons, I'm done for a while.
Yeah.
And I soloed all those paths, so yeah, I don't want to memorize anything else right now.
I don't blame you. All right, let me catch up with chat real quick.
But yeah, so
Everett
starts
says.
that early.
Okay. Everett says, pro-choice states have it easy. Everyone who could present a problem has already died. Everyone who could present a problem? Wait, what? Pro-life states actually deal with the greater challenge of incorporating so-called unwanted children into society. I'm not sure I understand. Do you think in pro-choice states they just that the people unanimously believe in aborting? Because plenty of pro-choice states have adopted kids. That seems kind of weird for you to voice it like that. And you also said everyone has already died, which also implies that you have an idea of personhood that you haven't presented yet on stream. I think the pro-choice state would argue that no one has died because they don't believe in doing anything to anybody who would have actual legal personhood. Rico says pro-choice states don't deal with unwanted children at all. I think it's a completely different argument too, right? It's one thing to argue what sort of rights does a mother have to her body, and when do those rights start to blend with the life of another person that also has legal protection, and then what to do with humans when they're children, especially if the parent is put there due to some sort of unwanted coercion. That's a completely different topic, and that's one that I think is managed poorly. It doesn't matter what state you're in. From what I understand, the foster system, orphanages, adoption, all of those systems have some significant issues. Problems with processing time, problems with the kids too long in the system, problems with who is allowed to actually have kids sometimes has led to some issues. I don't think we're in a good place for what happens to our born children that don't have a dedicated family to raise them. And I don't think any state has the moral high ground there. The foster system in this country is a nightmare for everyone stuck in it. Pro-life states have no good solution for this problem any more than pro-choice states. Oh, yeah. You just kind of said what I did, didn't you? Why is that? Because no one wants to spend money on unwanted people. Very true. California is a clear example of that. If you look at the homeless issue in California, especially the huge surge of homeless people that came after they decommissioned all the people from their mental wards. I think it was the late 60s or 70s, that a whole bunch of people who were in mental asylums or institutions were pushed out onto the streets because of some legislative policy. I'm not clear on the whole historicity of the issue, but that created a huge surge in homeless people. And even a state that's perceived as being as far left as California is, they don't deal with the unmentionables very well at all. The idea that only pro-life states are dealing with it is almost as dumb as some of the other ideas you put forward today. Careful. Let's be civil with one another. Everett is probably one of the smartest people in chat. I will vouch. Coming from the other side of the spectrum doesn't mean that the ideas put across don't have merit and a lot of knowledge in political science on his part. Let's see how things are cooking over there. Take a peek.
Don't you do it. We have like 10-15 minutes.
It's all changed. You went and looked at my stream, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
It's not changed. It's not time.
No, we got 10-15 minutes before it's
Yeah.
safe to go over there.
Sounds about right.
Missing my pencil sharpener. Okay.
I didn't take your stapler.
Pencil sharpener.
I know. I was just making an Office Space reference.
I caught
No
that
comment.
one.
Thank you.
No comment.
Well, seeing all of these chests in one corner of the bank definitely makes the bank feel like it's much larger of a building than it needs to be.
I mean, I probably could have spread them out a little bit, but
But why?
my priority was just getting them over there.
Yeah. Well, this way is also a lot easier to put everything in. Let's see. In the legal scenario, which you're arguing is the ideal legal scenario, why would women be giving birth when they do not wish to do so? Why would you force somebody to give birth when they don't wish to do so, when there are plenty of people that give birth that don't necessarily want to keep the kid? It's not like access to abortion means that that's going to be the go-to answer for every person, right? I mean, the reason why the pro-choice movement labels itself as such is because it's one that doesn't encourage a specific ideology upon the populace. It's an attempt to keep things in the hands of the individual and how they choose to decide what their birth plan is going to be, right? Oh, this one's getting really full. Regarding my view of sentience, I think the most important initial point, which doesn't get enough attention, is that in nature, there is no static sentience. What do you mean by static? I'm not sure I understand the distinction that you're looking to try to draw. Wood. Jesus, like a wood chest. Maybe it was.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
It could be my wood chest.
Excuse me while I go find some medicine.
Okay. I think one of the more salient arguments I've heard in terms of determining whether a person should have rights as a legally bound human being in our system is whether they have like a certain level of brain activity that sort of defines what one might consider a brain. Now, or at least like a conscious sort of experience, as limited as that might be inside of a womb with very little stimuli going on around you. Even that, you know, the idea of presenting theory of mind insofar as something that we can't really poll or ask, you know, how far along have you developed your brain and expect a certain kind of answer. Even that's shaky at best. But I think without consciousness, without the idea that the being in question can perceive and have reactive electronic signals in the brain based on their experiences, that is sort of a line that we already draw, and therefore is possibly one of the more agreed upon by all of society sort of ways in which we can take the argument as far as what's deserving of legal protection versus what isn't. A cluster of cells that doesn't have that sort of higher level of organization of electronics, it's a lot harder to make those argumentations, and it presents a lot of problems when it comes to the commonality of miscarriages as far as what's determined legal with that that biology that is then ejected after or in that process. Adult humans experience fluctuating sentience. Okay. We can be awake and focused, and we can be asleep. I don't know if sentience might be the right term for that. Like level of consciousness, perhaps? In the middle, we can be hungry or ill. I mean, those change how our sentience feels, I suppose. Even having an itch can disrupt sentience. It can disrupt higher level thought. I don't think it necessarily disrupts sort of a sense of continuity, right? If at any point we fall asleep, there is a capacity to wake the person back up and have them reconnect to all of their prior experiences. Whereas, like a zygote doesn't have that capacity. There is no historicity or continuity of sentience. And there's no sense of the self in terms of electronic signals that would be considered, I guess, complex enough. What complex enough is, I think, is a weasel, but something that gets determined on a person-by-person level. Thus, I don't care what level of sentience exists at a given point in time. The question is whether an action causes loss of future sentience. So, how does miscarriage fall into that line of thinking then? There are plenty of people that do everything they can to steward their zygote, and it doesn't continue on at a certain level of development. You know, was that a death? There are people who smoke and drink through their pregnancy, even though it's definitely frowned upon, and maybe even have a child with fetal alcohol syndrome. Is there a legal recourse for that person for having affected the development of that child? The zygote is on a trajectory that includes sentience. That's a presumption, though, right? We aren't guaranteed that sort of developmental path. With all things going the way that they should, we sort of have that guarantee.
So long as I have my calculations, it should be about time to check on the fort.
Cool.
That's if my math is right, and it's not usually right.
Well, I have some news. It doesn't look like it's reset.
Maybe we're too close. We are in range where we could technically see it.
Maybe. I could always reset the server as well.
That too. But I mean, it won't damage the builds, right? Resetting.
Nope. In fact, it should push the reset in that area.
Well, I went ahead and left the server.
Okay. I'm
I
gonna do
don't
the
know
same.
if Lost is paying attention.
I will. I have to.
Okay. We'll go ahead and leave.
That way we can see.
That site I'll share has salty licorice skulls. Oh, interesting. It sounds tasty and amazing. Robot, hi and welcome. Eva Robot says, I'm an okay dancer until I whip out the finger guns. Then I'm just majestic. Wow. Robot, I think you're majestic no matter what you do. Uh-oh. If I type that right. If I did not, then I'm not getting into the server. I don't think I'm getting into the server. Let me try that again. If a zygote is on a natural trajectory for future sentience, then the death of that zygote is the elimination of that future sentience.
Oh god. I have no idea what I'm not paying attention to.
I suppose, but then do you believe that in a scenario where there is an undue threat or burden upon, and by burden I mean like potential lifelong change, like a woman loses reproductive capabilities, is there the moral demand on that person to lose personal rights to push for somebody who has like less of a I don't know if I want to say less of what, how does that play with how does that concept play with the idea of the rights of the mother for her health, autonomy, and future?
Let the men experience it.
Let the men experience it. I say this because, you know, just, and I know you've made the argument we're well past just natural science. We're well past just biology when it comes to how we create policy. But part of the reason why humans have the potential to have multiple babies, and why after we have a baby, build zones changed. Interesting. It should be reset now. Is so that if something were to happen in case of miscarriage and all the way up to and including child mortality, because once upon a time child mortality was much higher, it was harder to keep a child healthy and secure and safe and making it through to become an adult. We would generally prioritize that mother, both in, you know, societies that predate the United States, and even in modern times. I think I would argue we tend to try to preserve the scenario in which the mother could have another child in the future. I would think
Can't tell if it's done or not.
morally we would generally want to err on the side of, like, if a mother was going to bring a child to term or abort that child because bringing the child to term would have the mother lose complete reproductive rights, then the idea of the trajectory of future sentience would be preserved greater by leaving a mother with the ability to create more children. Maybe the mom had a birth plan of 3 children, and the first one was going to render her sterile if she carried it to term. Why should she carry it to term when her potentiality for introducing greater sentience into the world would be preserved through abortion as treatment? That's the point I think I was trying to make earlier.
I want to say that looks about right.
Yep, looks
but
new
I
to me.
can't tell.
Shall we do some clear cutting?
Time for me to die.
You'll be fine. I don't think these guys are too high level.
I don't know.
Yeah, they're my friends.
Oh yeah,
Oh, look at this spot.
Oh my! What's going on down here? It's the sewers, I guess.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So that
So this came in weird, but I suppose we
Yeah.
can terraform it later.
yeah, it could be read that
This building up here. I guess it's a remnant of previous tower.
Oh yeah, the other
Probably
than
just tear that
thing.
down.
Yeah,
Oh.
probably could. Everett says, "I'm fine with an abortion of a zygote that could never achieve sentience because nothing of meaning has actually been lost. Regarding fertility, I think our society overvalues it and has too much of a Henry VIII attitude. An infertile person, either man or woman, should not feel inferior for it." Interesting. You have a unique collection of ideas, of philosophies, and I super appreciate that.
this is definitely Beethoven.
Yep. Well, this place needs to be cleaned up.
Oh, we're just the people to do it apparently. Alright. So we're gonna need
Or
to
if we-
clean out and replace, I guess.
Reset the flame altar and wait 30 minutes. The Vuka should disappear.
Oh, so we don't have to
That's
go and
another
kill them.
30 minutes.
And we probably want to loot their shit.
Yeah.
They might have eggs and whatnot.
True. I mean, Everett, I agree with you on the idea of fertility. I don't think being fertile or having the capacity to create more humans makes you any more or less worthy than any other person in the eyes of the law. But I also believe that when choice has to be made between two entities, the idea of the potentiality for sentience versus the idea of having had a history of ongoing sentience and continuing of that same sentience as already established citizen, that the if it ever came down to the rights between a zygote or cluster of cells or whatever and a mother, that the rights should always go to the mother. Again, up to a certain policy. What that policy looks like, I think, needs to be something that's a longer discussion and is probably something that's best decided in what would be perceived as normative. So, vast majority of people have an idea, and that idea is represented in the best handshake across the table way possible. That will probably piss off a lot of people that it's not far enough in one direction or the other, but is at least a choice.
Oh no, farmer's home.
Farmer?
Farmer will
Makes sense.
definitely stay here with the crops. Or the gardens.
I fell down and now I'm trying to find a way back up there. Oh, you mean this place here? Yeah. It's definitely a good farmer's home.
Yeah.
I can't wait for there to be multiple crafts people per flame altar. Because
Yeah.
as beautiful as this place could look with each crafter having their own home and being sort of spread out across the town at large, I wouldn't want
Oh,
to.
put them together.
I wouldn't want to. Yeah, I wouldn't want to come here to craft. I think it's cool to have them all have a really cool thematic place of their own. But then I'd probably go someplace like a more of a sweatshop where everybody's like in a line. It's easy to go from person to person. And all the chests are just like all right there clustered together. Not aesthetically pleasing, but a lot easier to get your work done than trying to traverse a town like this. This place is all blocked up. Doesn't even look like a door.
Majestical.
Get it.
Crap in it.
Also, this is kind of nice little shack. Not much going on though.
Yeah, no, I have my hobbit hole area is gone.
Ooh.
Actually, hang on. No! Ow.
Are you under the city lost?
Yep, I'm in the sewers with the rats.
Hmm.
I fell down. That hurt.
I find it strange that anyone would see as negative a mother's loss of fertility to save her child because you can have more children. And if it's not perceived as a child yet, then it's not an issue. I mean, people used to birth lots of kids back in the day because some of them would die either in the womb or afterwards, right? So the idea is protect the mother because the mother's the creator of life. I mean, even if it came down to, you know, like a mom and your children are all in danger, which do you protect for the greater good of the family or the family's future? Ideally, you'd put some moral pressure in your head about the mother and her ability to continue to create more family further down the line. It'd be tragic to lose a kid, but you can make another. It'd be tragic to lose a wife, but you can't make another wife out of nothing.
Oh, wait a minute. There's no way.
Hmm?
Not a fucking chance. Oh my god. I still have my hobbit hole.
Nice. Oh, it must be just on the edge. Go see.
I'm sad my tree's
can.
gone, but
Ah. You can always, yeah, we plant a whole bunch of trees out here if we wanted to. Oh, cool. Is it completely intact? Wow.
yeah, it's completely intact.
Perfect. Ooh, it's dark.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, completely intact.
You were like right on the edge too.
I know.
Too much
That's-
further east. And that would
Yeah.
have been cut. Wow. Well thought out.
I didn't plan it.
I know. Happy little accident.
That's just, oh my god.
I think that attitude does stem from the belief in the moral inferiority of the infertile. I don't think it's that. I think when if a husband and wife marry, they marry and they become, I mean, if we're just talking about like breeders anyways, they marry and they become one flesh. They're like supposed to be, progenitors of their family. They're the sort of like keystone to the family. There are maybe like children's movies where the parents, sacrifice their lives for the kids in some sort of way. But you know, kind of depends on how much life you think you have left versus what sort of life you feel that the kids have ahead of them. You know, if it was going to be an absolute catastrophe of a scenario where both parents were killed brutally, but the kids were old enough to, you know, forage for food and survive on their own without parents for a little while or until they're discovered, that'd be one thing. But if you have the chance to save the mother and the child is like viable in and of itself, that's not saying that because the child is incapable of reproducing, therefore it's the inferior being. It's just the idea that families are built around the progenitive capacity of the parents, right? I don't think we've historically seen a world where policy or practice have placed the mother below any of the children as far as rights go, or as far as what we would do to save somebody. And when I say kids, I mean, like, you know,
Dude, it's really nice here.
those being carried in the womb, not like a walking young child. I think that
Shit.
argument comes from a series of pretty problematic beliefs. One, again, is that a person's job is to be fertile. Another is that children are interchangeable. Ow. Oh. Is there a way out of this?
Died.
You died?
I did.
Whoops. Fall or VUCA?
Fall.
Where'd you die? Oh. Oh, you released.
Yeah. I don't even know what was in my grave, if anything.
I guess while I see where you have problem with those, I don't see where having a problem with fertility or interchangeability of children creates a scenario. Like, you might disagree with those as supporting evidence for why a mother should be prioritized, but there isn't anything that would constitute the opposite. Or at least I haven't heard that. Wait, why am I getting attacked?
I didn't do it. I promise.
Oh, he stopped. That's weird. I've never had an enemy just stop attacking. Well, I mean, it wasn't an enemy. It's one of the... VUCA decided to give me a couple love taps with the sword. How'd you get in the sewers?
There's a couple of spots that you can go underneath.
Oh. Oh.
This might be one.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
Wow. It's gross down here.
Oh yeah, what did you expect? Ooh.
Posies?
Hey,
You
you can roll in poo.
can. I'm gonna stay up here. I'm not sure, but I'll hypothesize that your argument has roots in an agrarian context that sees maximization of children as basically free labor as a key good. Not necessarily as free labor, but yeah, I am sort of citing sort of a historicity of the agrarian society in which families prioritized the parentals. But I think that prioritizing of parentals is something that we've seen unchanged, even though we've seen the change of how we view having children, how many children to have.
Not concerned.
That once a child has come to a certain age, and for many people that's, you know, a certain developmental place in the womb. We're not even talking about like 2 or 3 years old, but I mean like still carrying, still, you know, inside the mother, we place a different level of value on that child's life. And we'd say, you know, I kind of want to do as many things as I can to try to preserve this child's life as best as possible. Oh, this is definitely a dead end. Gross.
And you decided to wallow in the poop.
There's a tunnel I couldn't see the end of.
Ooh.
Wanted to see what was there. Oh, there's a sub. There's more. Uh-oh, it's locked. I don't have a lockpick.
Don't either.
Or metal shards.
I dropped all my metal shards in the
Okay. Well,
forge.
there's more.
Well, at least we know.
Yep. Neat. But I'd say that on a family-to-family basis, that point changes where we decide this is a child that I would do anything for. I'd even give up my ability to have more children in the future. I'd give up my life for this child. Oh, I went through.
Glitched into the wall.
Yeah, I'm in the walls. But I found a little secret area over here as a result. I don't think I can get over there, though. I can see it, but I can't get to it. Can I get back into the main area again? Oh, no. Ow.
Oh.
Oh.
Dropped.
I think I might be below everything now.
You are.
You're beyond the door.
Oh, okay. I can't see. My light source doesn't shine against almost anything. I'm gonna port. This is frustrating. Yeah,
and unfortunately, I'm slowly fading away, so I might have to hop off here.
all right.
But I'm glad we could get this done.
Absolutely. I'm excited to start getting this all together.
Hell yeah.
Probably make a flame altar then, which means should probably go get stone and sort all of that out.
That doesn't keep the flame altar though.
What's that?
I'm sad it doesn't keep the flame altar, even if you have to disable it. You have
Oh,
to actually,
yeah. That also
make a
means we
new
have to kind of measure it again through our complex
Yeah.
maths.
Who's the one who placed them?
It's kind of a joint effort between Lost, Nico, and myself.
Yeah, I kind of figured Nico was involved with this one.
So I
Mr.
think it might be in this little square over here. I kind of
That looks
just like
roughly
eyeballed it.
right. You might want to be more east. Just based on what I can see. And maybe just a skosh more north if you're, well, I don't know where these icons' feet actually are.
So I don't either.
Oh my. It's mighty dark. In that context, the mother's fertility and the father's too has value as basically a conveyor belt for children. Yeah, oops. I see your point. And I don't think that being a conveyor belt gives you certain inalienable rights over somebody else who also has existed and also has sentience already and also has a historicity and relationships and things that they've contributed to society. There shouldn't be any rights of the fertile over the
Oh
infertile.
shit!
Oh! Why?
Okay, so nighttime they Angie.
Oh,
What did you do?
I didn't touch her.
You gonna die?
Oh, I logged out. Maybe they.
Oh, now that you mention it, maybe I don't have make Vuka happy skill.
Okay,
Well, I know what to do.
run away do.
Oh yeah, I was leaving. Good night.
All right. Have a good night. Thanks, Lost, for all your help.
Yeah, no problem.
I gotta decide if I want the Hobbit hole back or do a new house.
Mm-hmm. But I also don't see where the future of somebody to say that if certain biology has the propensity to generate sentience, if that has the right to dominate in medical conversations over the threat of the mother, when the removal of the mother, I think, would be, in most people's eyes, the greater loss than the biology involved. Now, again, when the child, probably even inside of the womb, reaches a certain developmental stage, that conversation might evolve from person to person. And it would be hard for a lot of people to make the decision. 6 months in, 3 months in, would people still have the clear-cut idea that saving the mother's life so that she could produce another child, would that be the right decision? Should they save the mother's fertility at that point, or should this be the last child that they have? That would be a harder decision to make. But I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a consensus of majority of mothers that would agree that they would give up full medical protection of themselves by law, not by choice, but by law and policy, that an external force or external legality would dictate what they should choose below that imagined threshold. And that they would be comfortable having that mandated to other mothers as well. I'm speaking predominantly about mothers because I don't think fathers have the stake in the matter the same way. I don't see an economic or social or practical reason to sacrifice a child to preserve a woman's fertility. Well, there are definitely economic and social reasons. There are also practical reasons. I'm surprised you can't see them because you seem like you're really strong with policy. Economic, obviously, if the mother is already working or otherwise invested in her culture and community and is progenitor of something, there's no guarantee that preserving and pushing the unborn child into a position of life is going to net the results that the mother is already netting. So that puts priority over somebody who's contributing to society over somebody who is not, who might be, on aid of some sort. But I think the policy idea of protecting somebody who's already a contributing active member is something that we would all want as an idea, because in theory we're okay with making that decision about other people, but are probably not okay with that decision being made upon us. That society and policy pushes us out of the picture in favor of another incoming human when we've already been a contributor. In terms of social or society, somebody's already been active in creating social connections. and the unborn has none. So that's already a weird prioritization if you prioritize the unborn. And in terms of, what was your third? Practical reasoning? Practical reasoning, I think just the idea of if somebody wants to create the scenario in which they themselves willingly sacrifice their fertility or their life for their unborn child, and they think that that is the right thing to do, I think a lot of our country would protect the right for the mother to be able to make that choice. Things get dicey when it comes down to, would you let the government tell you what your choice is supposed to be? Oh, this guy started to attack me and then he stopped. Maybe I do have the VUCA protection. Just what the hell?
Lately liking Lost more.
Well, Lost is long since gone.
No.
And this guy, whoa. He attacked and then he just completely stopped and now he's back at it again. I looked at my skill tree. I don't have anything specific about VUCA calming. So I'm not sure why he chilled out for a little bit or why I've been able to travel around places without Lost and have been okay. Maybe they do get mad at night. I don't know. I don't know how that all works out. But from a practical standpoint, I think American culture generally errs on the side of trying to allow sort of the personal decision of a family to be made by that family, and that we would rather have government step aside and not dictate those sort of things. That's why certain other laws that were around historically have fallen out of favor and fallen into disuse, like laws on sodomy. Sodomy is generally something that would only be done in the home, right? Behind closed doors with absolutely no government officials involved in the matter. I think the idea is we would generally prefer a situation in which parents choose the greater good according to their own ideology. And that practically, that's the sort of society that we've built, the society of the rugged individual that makes their own choices based on their own beliefs. Maybe if our society faced an existential threat from lack of farm labor, then that would need to be dispositive. However, we just aren't in that situation. We're also not in a situation where we need to preserve zygotic life to like repopulate the earth or carry on a ethnic contribution towards a specific skin color that's dying out. And the more you create a society in which the citizens feel as though there's a compulsion upon what happens to their bodily health and autonomy, the more antagonistic towards people's freedoms they feel. Even if it does feel like it's in defense of another person, it also feels restricting in a way that would be pretty off-putting to the cultural history of the country, right? We're not discussing prioritization of a child over the mother. We're discussing prioritization of a hypothetical future group of siblings over a child. Oh, I mean, we can go back to that point. That was just sort of one reason why reproductive health of a mother, why she would choose the ability to reproduce over the carrying of one child to term, where she would lose her reproductive capabilities. Again, I think that's a choice that sounds like it's something that's embedded deeply in the beliefs and ideologies of the parent in question. I don't think it's really related to their thoughts as to whether they can keep the farm or not. Places that need lock picking. Okay. I need to make a flame altar.
I'm going to head to bed.
Sounds good. Thanks for all your help. I was pretty impressed with
Welcome.
the teardown. I think we got maybe even more materials than we put into the place. So we got lots we can do to help rebuild the new place too.
I need to take those and put them in the bank.
All right, so used to do we still have a lot of rough stone? So I think just make a bunch of
Stone,
these.
there might be some over here.
I got lots still from last thing I was building. I just have to.
Alright, there we go.
Oh, that's definitely the wrong block. One weathered. Rough. There we go.
Have fun, no deaths.
We'll see. All right. Thanks again. I'll catch you on the flip side.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see ya. All right. By the way, thanks everybody who's been here tonight talking a complex conversation. Obviously one that's been in high debate since the overturn of Roe v. Wade. I know it's not something that we can solve for on like a live stream, passing ideas back and forth. There's, you know, far smarter and far more deeply invested people that have been making the talking points for decades now on both sides. And it's a lot less cut and dry than anyone gives credit for. The right lazy argument, of course, is, you know, the left just want to be able to have as much unprotected sex as possible and live without the repercussions of their actions, which is not, you know, if you just hop on TikTok, an extremely leftist platform, it's clearly not the situation people are vying for. They're not, that's not the moral ground that they're trying to argue from, but it's how the right characterizes them, and it's lazy and unfair. And the left will say the same, or, you know, a converse lazy argument about the right, and just say everybody on the right is just, they're trying to take control of women. It's always been about how the patriarchy and the Christian man in the household has rights of dominion over a woman's body, which is absolutely not the case. It's not about, you know, making women subservient and pushing them down in society or giving them less rights. But to get to the real nuance of the conversation, you have to first assume that the other side is actually trying to argue for something that they believe is a greater good in the end, and then you know, listen carefully to the things that they say so that you can understand at least where their heart is coming from. Okay. How did we do this before? I just want to place things down without careful consideration of what we've got going on. Let's do some steppy steps down. Ah! Stupid. That guy's not mad at me, I don't think. Well, the Vuka seemed to be fighting me at night with that. What is that all about? That's one too far. It really is like, there's the furthest we can go. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so your standard flame altar, level 1, is going to be actions. Maybe I need somebody here to help sight with me where this ends up going, because it's got to be basically here, to be as close to the middle of everything as possible. And then 2 of these equals 1 full flame altar. So, alright, these are 16s, and that's a 64. Or, I think that's right. 16 and 16 is going to be 32. So not 2 of these is a full. 2 of these gets you to the center of the other one. But I would need to make sure that this was like perfectly aligned all the way down. There's no good way to do that without somebody else sighting me, I think. Might not be able to anyway. So I'm really cautious about how I place this down. Or maybe just make sure that there's good overlap. These are also really squirrely when it comes to snapping. The snapping tool doesn't even let you place the altar to the sides of these blocks. It wants to place it underneath. So that's not great. If I move it to the side and then try to move forward as straight as possible, there's like no guarantee that I'm going perfectly straight. I think I am. Nope, that's one over. And then if I move my cursor to look behind me, it moves the placement of the altar. Though maybe I do need to do it this way so that I can actually see. Now I can't see the wall I'm trying to walk through to know. Okay, that's too far. Yeah, I'm already too far past where I need to be. Now I can't see the lines at all. I don't think I can do this alone. I need to do it with an adult. An adultier adult than me. Well, I have the flame altar made. So at least there's that. And what we can always do is plant and then expand one. That raises the question though. Do we have all the materials that you need to expand? You need a lot of shroud cores, I think they're called. And I've got a server where farming shroud cores is super easy. But I don't want to bother to do that on stream. It's really annoying to watch. But what we can at least do is get these in some semblance of a little bit better order. Again. Especially just getting things fortified here. This one should be wood then instead. It is not right now. I can take out some of these. Where did we have plants before? Plants were, I think this one. Oh wait, so we had ore and metal, wood, yeah, string and textiles and stuff, plants, and then animal loot. It seems about right. Yeah, these kind of conversations are not easy to have. They're not easy to have online, if they're easy to have in the first place. And they can't just be solved quick. There are a lot of people's hearts and emotions on the line, and potentially life-changing and policy changing, or not policy, but like how you think about humanity and how you feel like your country's doing in protection of how you feel about that humanity is all on the line. That's a lot. There's a reason why everybody should feel incensed and invested in the direction of how these changes take place. We talked a lot less about conscription, military draft, but I'd argue the same thing applies. It's something that really puts the lives of people without consent in a state of sort of policy. Government steps in and dictates what happens with the future or lack thereof of those who've been consigned to serve. Oops, I don't want that one. And therefore, opinions and emotions on the matter are always going to be very strong. I want this one is textiles. Also, what's right or wrong in a given society is going to change over time too, as values and ideas about what we see as far as what we believe military service should be and what the country stands for when it gets into military conflicts. That will all change, maybe ebb and flow over time. And so sympathy or lack thereof for wanting to join the military and wanting to act in the interests of the government will change based on how you feel about the government and how you feel about throwing people at the problem, at a situation that military intervention might solve. Oh, that one's almost full. Okay. This one's good. This one's good. This one's as good as it can be. It's just very full. Until we start doing like dedicated chests for just one material. This one's got pretty much everything right, I guess. It's all animal byproducts. And then there's some dump chests here. I feel like had some stuff that didn't necessarily go with anything else. This one, kind of more of a dump chest. Oh, there's even another huge chest in here. Interesting. Interesting. How did this one not get placed? Yeah, it's really hard to see the right angle to place things. Trust me, there's enough free space. I think my dude's just in the way. There you go. Nice and mostly clean lines. Okay, it's not the cleanest, but that's okay too. That's okay. These things probably don't need to live here then. Probably don't need to live here. I remember being super concerned about the draft when I turned 18. I was concerned too. I didn't like that I had to sign up for it. But like quicksand or catching on fire, it turned out to be not so important. I think just because I had family members who were drafted, it made me a little more cautious and a little more afraid of what could be. I don't really want to have to transfer all this stuff back and forth, but I kind of want to. How do we do this? Let's put some stuff in as a swap space first. You just, I don't know, go in there. Yeah, this one should really be like the pick up and go of, can we do that and pick and choose what goes in here? I feel like it should be anything that's consumable. That's not consumable. That is. Those are not. Food is. I guess food can go there. And potions. Granted, we hadn't invented the wheel yet. Nice. All consumable here. Okay. That's all in and sorted. This stuff can keep what's in it. Let's pull all this back over as much as we can. And oh, there's still more stuff here that... Was I looking in the wrong chest? Let's start with building materials here first. And see where we go from there. Whoops, shouldn't have done that. Wanted to get these out. It's making all these noises like I'm getting these for the first time in my character's life. I don't think we need the heads in there. Those aren't really consumables. We'll leave those out. Put these furniture things in there. That's not furniture. Oh, that's an arrow. It didn't look like an arrow. If I keep up at this rate, all I'll have left to do is the top of the temple. The island will be done. That's exciting stuff. You've really made some sweeping contributions to the server. Absolutely fantastic. Okay. Let's see. That goes in there. Raw meat. I feel like that can go in the cooker. Okay, is there anything else that should go specifically in here? Probably not. These heads, maybe the heads can all go in here. This is technically a building material. Put all the heads in there. material. Assign all those. This is weapons. Mostly weapons. We'll stick weapons and torches in there. But then there's plenty of other stuff that doesn't belong in here. Food, consumables. Oh, there's lots. There's lots that goes in other chests. Just grab. This is just like a dump chest. Leave it like that. There really aren't many weapons. And we'll just start placing things in the chest they ought to be in. This moves real nice and smooth now. Good stuff. Quick to dump in, quick to pop back out. Copper arrows are not represented in here, but they should be. And nothing else is consumable, that's fine. I think we have other building materials. I want to hang on to the flower soil, that's mine. I collected it myself. Let's make this one the chest for alchemy. So I have some alchemy items already. This will go in here, this will go in there. I guess that's it. Head goes in there. I got some more consumables, they're all going to go in there. Plus some. More arrows. More building mats. And furniture, we'll stick in there. And equipment. I don't know why equipment should go in this. These should be flipped. Equipment should go in this one. Building materials should go where you can pull it from a magic chest. I'm dumb. Yeah. I'm dumb. Let's pull all this over. And we'll stick it in here. And then we'll start to pull all this stuff. Suppose I could have just hit you and it would have done this too, I think. This one's empty. I don't want to put everything in here. I keep building materials in non-magic chests. I thought about that, but then you can build without holding on to the materials, right? Or am I thinking about that wrong? If I don't have these in hand, will they still pull? Guess not. I guess it doesn't matter. We just have so many magic chests. We don't have enough regular chests. These should both just be in regular chests. But so should consumables. You can't use consumables from the box. You can't use weapons from inside the box. And you can't use building materials from inside the box. It's fine. Set those. It's fine. No harm, no foul. Wood goes there. Whoops. Ah, poop. Pressed the wrong thing. It's been a long time since I pressed the wrong thing. I'm just glad that's a good thing. I did kind of go a bit overboard. I've hosted a lot of Minecraft servers. The oldest one I can I can confirm. Let's see. Minecraft. Oh, it would be in here? Minecraft backup. So I have Minecraft backups back to 1.2.3. That's not the oldest world I have. That's just the first one that I have a backup to. And these backups range all the way through the ages. And in each one, I feel like I've learned something about human psychology. I don't know what I've learned, but I see the same. Oh, son of a bitch! Are you kidding me? I pressed it again. I see the same things time and time again, and that is, people get into a server and they pull away from everyone else. They go and find their own little niche or nook in the world. They don't want to look at anybody else. They want to feel like they're all alone and they can expand as far as they want. And then here's the funny thing. They usually don't expand that far. They're usually in a pretty small area. All things considered. Even mega projects, they don't really take up a whole lot of space. I guess I'll put these here. And the other thing is they preserve a lot of the natural world. Like they'll find a cliff that looks over a valley, and they'll do very little with the cliff. They'll leave the valley untamed so that they're looking out on, you know, the open, untamed world. They like to leave the forests and swamps and cliffs and mountains all as close to the original game designed as possible. Sometimes they might even build most of their base underground, so it's even hard to tell from up above what's going on, and then you go in and then you see it all. And they might occasionally travel to each other's builds on the same server. You know, travel for maybe up to 5-10 minutes away to see somebody else's work. You know, oh, that's really cool. I like what you're doing over there. And you might treat the multiplayer server as like a chat room where you can chat with other people. You can type to them while you're playing. You're in your own place. They're in their own place. And it just feels so sterile and dull.
Yeah, it does.
Hi.
Hi.
Am I wrong?
No.
Like every Minecraft server we served, I feel like everybody's propensity was to play it like a single player.
To spread out as far as possible and have your own thing.
Yeah. Like, why play multiplayer? And then everybody has their own bank. Like, oh, I've collected all these resources from mining. And then they all always say the same thing. Come over to my base. I've got lots of this. You need lapis? I've got plenty of lapis over where I am. Just come over here. Like, they want to be the central resource to the server, but they also want to be far away from absolutely everything else.
That's why I tried to build a bank at the current server, like literally next to spawn and literally next to first portal.
Yeah. Back when Minecraft was in alpha, I joined a number of multiplayer servers, and when you log in, right at spawn, the whole place was just like completely done up. There were streets and buildings and huge pixel art and crazy monoliths and vast verticalities, and everything was like built on top of and in the middle of and all through each other. It kind of felt like a cyberpunk world built with multicolored Legos. And there's something fun in that hectic, collaborative nature. People didn't have the same idea of, I'll show etiquette by staying far away from everyone else.
Yeah.
Oz.
Yeah.
We made Kelvin new.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, Oz is super quiet. try to say something?
Hello, 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 hello.
Can you hear it now? Yes, it is. It is new, and it is far more interesting to look at.
Okay, I'll have to come and look.
Yeah. All right. My meat goes in the meat processor. Wherever that is. Ah, it's right here. Much better. Oh. Oop. Just when I thought I had everything where I wanted it. Forgot about this key. Really don't want to carry around a Hollow Hall's key with me for no reason. I'll stick it in here. So she said. Oz, how's
So
your
now
evening?
where do the crafters live?
They live in the upscale part of town.
Okay.
If you look on my stream,
I see.
you can see where they all are.
Yeah.
I'm looking for something I'm not seeing. There.
So you were gonna say.
I was gonna say what?
I don't know. You started to talk and then you stopped talking.
Oh, I mean, I made my point about the Minecraft servers.
No. You started to like start a new train of thought.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
I don't remember saying anything besides the Minecraft servers and to tell you that Fort Kelvin is new.
You started to say something along the line of, so Oz, how was?
Oh, your evening?
Oh, okay. Not too bad. Mostly been floating around between streams. I tried to take some pictures of earrings, and I'm realizing that there's a few that I need to fix. Because, like, one of the earrings actually just broke. And then it makes me realize I'm noticing, like, a weak point in the earring, and I'm like, okay, so that helps me to understand what I need to do that's different.
Right.
And then the other, it doesn't. It's one of those earrings that, unless I put another ring right before the hook, it faces forward, which like then you can see from the front what they look like, but then they sit against the side of the face funny, and it's not comfortable to wear.
Yeah. Not great.
Also, the little one has been up twice.
Oof. What's that all about?
Well, this last time that like I was just in the restroom, and I just hear her start to scream for me, and I was like, okay, whoa, child, like what is even going on? And so I finally get in there because I'm in the restroom trying to take care of business. So I get in there, I'm like, okay, well, what do you need? She's like, well, I was just wondering if you wanted to snuggle. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, child? I love you, but holy crap.
Wow. Brutal. Kids. Can't live with them.
Can't shove them back inside.
Looks like it's still intact, no changes. Oh, that's problematic. There have been some big sweeping changes to the terrain as well.
Oh.
Yeah. Gross. Sneaky. Oh. This is in the way. I kind of don't want to beat it up just yet.
This is taking an awfully long time to load.
Hmm.
There we go.
There's a lot of stuff built up that will not require fixing up, but there's still plenty of stuff that will. Broken walls and chipped roofs and stuff like that.
Interesting.
Oh, we've arrived.
I have.
An hour ago. They definitely took a note from the other place they remade. That one town where Jenny made his megalopolis.
No idea.
I forget what it's called, but it was in Rebelwood. Westcott, maybe? That doesn't sound right. Willow Crush. That was it. It was a place Nico was considering possibly doing a big restoration of the existing town. And this place takes some similar cues. There's a lot more verticality, a lot more stuff on top of each other, winding streets, just more organic build. It feels like a living city.
Hello.
Oh, I don't want you getting anywhere fun.
Yes, I would love to sleep next to the stretcher.
I mean, it does look like it used to be a just a picnic table. But now it is a rack.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
You lockpicked a potty. An occupied potty.
Yep. I feel kind of dirty now. There's an unread note in there.
Mm-hmm. We haven't popped any seals just yet.
I don't plan on popping any seals. I'm gonna see if I can get roof access.
Maybe. Considering that old Fort Kelvin's the tower's still here. Might be able to hop skip from one to the other.
Kind of what I was thinking. Why is this still here?
It's on the other side of the protected flame altar.
Interesting.
So, yeah, Akumu lucked out too. Her entire hobbit hole is still there. Although she was talking about possibly wanting to move somewhere else. So now she has to soul search a bit, decide. Oh, there's also a grappling hook on the outside over here. Toady, Nico, hello, guys.
Hello.
Been lurking the last 2.5 hours. Oh, taking a peek, living vicariously through us. Good stuff. How we doing tonight? We don't have a flame altar here, so nothing's protected yet. It's hard. I was gonna try to sight it on my own, and then I remembered how difficult it is to actually sight moving the flame altar, and I kind of forgot the math because it's been so long.
This feels so wrong.
What do you mean?
This just clean cut down the world.
Oh yeah, of course.
I kind of hate it entirely.
Well, we can terraform it. Doesn't take too much work too, because there's the big ramp block that you can use with terrain.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of just like go at it.
I see I have found Nico's masturbation hovel.
That is Akumu's house. Wow. Unless you're trying to tell me something about how Nico uses it when she's not there.
That's basically it.
Yikes. And now that I'm free, I'm tired. Alright, dude. Well, thanks for the lurk support. Appreciate your face. For those of you that don't know this beautiful man, let's do a quick shout out.
Yeah, shout out your boyfriend.
Wow. Come on, good clip.
You cocky cock! You'll pay for your crimes against humanity!
Is this an Easter egg? Oh, I remember what this. I remember seeing this. I think I saw this live.
Fuck! 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 Oh, man! Ah! Fuck! Ah! Fuck! Ah! 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 No! Ah! Ah!
That's some choice programming right there. Good stuff. Trying to see how much of Elden Ring I can do before the DLC comes out. Ooh, good stuff. Don't think the third boss I found is meant to be Mog, though. What's Mog? It was the timing of you cocky cock. Gotcha. Elden Ring is one of those that I still have not played, but a few people have recommended I do. I just, I don't know how frustrated I want to get. I'm already playing the Myst franchise.
Well, I mean, does dying repeatedly frustrate you more than Easter egg hunting?
I don't know. I guess it could be an experiment in D's psychology. Which one will I end up hating worse? Wait, where'd you go? Oh, you're up there. What you fancy?
You already know.
I'm 90% sure Mog is meant to be one of the last bosses. Oh, and you found him. It's like the third boss. Whoops. I beat it. Should be no problem for you. Oh, okay. I don't know. I think everybody's good at different styles of games, though. I question my ability to fight a hack and slash sort of game.
I played maybe like 2 hours of it, and I was getting very frustrated.
I think it would be a hard game to stream because it's one of those games where with each death, you have to say, okay, what did we learn? You know, what every time he moves like this or, you know, takes 1 foot forward, that means this. And that means I'd have to pay a lot more attention to the game than to my audience. And that's just not how I've been building us all. We're really a community of deep thinkers and chatters that happens to have a game going. Not, hey, I'm going to ignore you guys for 5 minutes while I learn all of this boss's dance moves.
You don't want to play DDR?
Maybe. DDR is one of those things that I've always thought, like, I think anybody could reach a level of mastery given enough time and practice. And I have kind of thought, what if I took that time? What if I reached that level of mastery where it's just like muscle memory and you just move like a god? Just, you know,
I'd probably leave you.
You know, brain. You would leave me to get, if I got good at DDR, you'd be like, that's
no,
it?
because of how much time it would take for you to get good at DDR.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Rico says those games are frustrating to me. That's why I think Lego Fortnite would be perfect for you. Maybe. Especially if it's as build-oriented as you say. I really wish I saved my playthrough. Should have put it up on YouTube.
Are we done here?
I'm not learning anything. I'm still trying to kick this guy's ass with a +2 tanker. That's my fear. My fear is I'd be doing like the same. I'd be insanity, you know? I keep doing the same thing. I keep dying here, but I keep doing it. You just roll at the wrong time, die, you come back, you're like, okay, you don't roll right then. And then I roll again in the exact same spot. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Speak for yourself. I don't know if that means I can kill it. I started playing with glitch building. You can make some really neat stuff. Nice. I did a little bit of that with the Final Fantasy XIV home builder. But the videos I was watching, like, man, the glitch building in that game gets pretty insane. And it involves a lot of, like, place and replace and move your camera just so and stuff. And it was just like, at some point, you've got to ask yourself, how much do I want the perfect custom Final Fantasy XIV house versus what else could I be doing with my time? Or at least I have to think about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We're trying to grow an empire here.
Same.
Doesn't matter, they knocked my lights out in one hit. Well, I think your answer is just never get hit, Toady. I've been having a lot of textures load slow for me.
Yeah, same.
I don't remember that being as much of an issue. It would happen sometimes. It'd be like, oh, crap. Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. But now it's...
Wish you could...
Huh?
Wish you could cut some of the branches down.
Yeah, it'd be nice to keep the trees, but not have them so invasive in the road. And I erred on the side of, like, we can always come back here and cut down some of these trees if we really felt like it, and plant them maybe further away. I just left. Anytime I saw a tree, I just left it and built the road around it. So I'm like, we can always change later.
Yeah.
This is new. This didn't used to stick up like this.
Yeah.
Because I would have dodged the road around it.
Was this here before?
The gully?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The gully had been here, but that post on the edge, maybe because people accidentally fell in too often and they got upset. I don't know.
Oh,
Keep
I
in
see.
mind, anything you mine down here doesn't come back
Gotcha.
because it's protected.
Yeah.
There's another one over here. Answer is, I need more health. If I have more health, then he can remove. I win. I mean, that's true for every game, right? That's how it goes. I'm glad we didn't have to worry about this one. It was much more safe. I think this might have been Lady Nico's guy making this stuff. Because I think Lady Nico is going to build west of the bank.
Mm.
I'm nodding off in my chair. I'm going to go to bed. What you doing Friday? We are doing... I'll show you exactly what we're doing. This. Hand drum for the bard is what it's called. And it's here.
And the knives for the bard.
Here's Ancient Spire.
What's wrong, Doc? Nothing,
Self-care.
I'm right as the mail.
Here's the spire. We go due west. We do this quest. At least. Maybe more. Yeah, that's Friday. Sorry, Oz, what did you say?
And daggers for the bard.
Oh, yes, daggers. I need to go grab water. I'll BRB. Oz, please
Yes.
entertain the masses if you would be so kind.
Goodbye. It stopped recognizing what I was doing as human speech eventually. So it stopped sending you guys the voice noise, the meat sounds. Hello, Troa. Yeah, I feel a little bit like Dance Monkey Dance, but yeah. Yeah, Friday we will be doing some of the stuff for the bard. probably the continuation of just building stuff back up and continuing on and making our home homey.
We do loves the Oz.
I'm gonna head out just a touch early.
Sounds good. I'm gonna care the hell out of myself times
Okay.
3.
Have fun with Dad.
Will do.
All right.
See
Love
you
all
soon.
your guys' faces, and I will talk to you guys soon.
And for those of you who don't know who that was, let's also do a shout out for the streamer of Oz. Ew, don't talk about me. Tough.
It does not!
What's gonna happen? No. Tense. Do you like it when I call you daddy? The ghost slams the door. Yeah, it did not. It did not like that. Also, I worked to create this little command that anybody can do. That is a shout out for Oz's earring and other jewelry business. It's called !BMM for Blood Moon Menagerie. If you're interested in custom earrings for any ear, many different styles, ranging from cottagecore to spooky to upscale, generally in an attempt to try to create what's not on the shelves. Boutique sort of stuff that's just not, you don't find it, you don't see it anywhere. You wish you could find stuff like this. Yeah. All made, handmade by Oz herself. Sometimes even on streams, you can see how she does earring crafting. Let me see if I could get into that sub-basement. I'm personally curious. And it'll reset itself in half an hour, so. I think it's down this way. Yep. Oh, got some glowy red bats down here. Oh, there's a chest. And really not much else in this room. There's another way up over there. Here I thought, oh, there's like going to be a whole sub-sewer to the sewer. It's going to be so cool. But it very much was not. I wonder if I could find the area where the fake door is behind a barrel. I'm gonna say it's somewhere in this. Maybe it's behind this. Yep, that's it. That's the door. You'd have to break this barrel to get in and out better, which is a shame. But it might be nice to do. Wonder if we should put the flame altar down in the sewers. Oh, I shouldn't have wasted a lockpick here. I just saw that it was just another way up and out. Waste wasteful. Anyway, we're coming right up on the end of the stream. I wanted to say thank you, especially for those of you who had the bravery to discuss a topic that's usually perceived as not something you really talk about in polite or mixed company. It's it can be a bit nerve-wracking, I think, for some people to get engaged in that kind of talk and feel like, one, they're going to be heard and understood. There's a whole thing down there, too. And two, that everybody will stay respectful and hear each other's opinions out, come to an understanding of each other. That's not always easy to attain. But I think we had a civil conversation in which everybody learned something about somebody else's point of view. And we did a decent job at making sure that we honored everybody else's at least motivations, if not all of their talking points. And we're able to sort of iterate each other's thoughts in a way that proved that, you know, we were listening and taking it in and not just dismissing somebody because of the points that they were trying to make. Yeah, a normal on-stream topic. I liked it. I'm glad you liked it. I'm not sure what were you saying, abnormal? Yeah. There are a number of topics that people have asked me to try to touch upon because I tend to run a little chiller than most people, and so can usually dive into not a normal stream topic. Yeah. There's still some that I'm a little bit hesitant to get involved in. Some folks have asked me to weigh in on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on stream. I know I'm smart, or at least people keep telling me that. So I'm starting to believe them. But I'm not necessarily well-read or educated in all angles of everything. And I know that that's a very complex issue that even scholars on the matter have difficulty agreeing. Sorry. Leave you alone. And also the opinions on the matter can get incredibly heated to the point where people sort of stop listening to the other side and don't really allow space for dissenting thoughts to communicate together. So I'm a little bit hesitant to go that far down the rabbit hole, but most things I'm pretty comfortable with, asserting to make sure that everybody is staying comfortable and relatively civil, and that ideas get presented out, and that at least, even if somebody has a bad opinion, they can at least explain it and share their ideas, and then we can tell them it's a bad opinion. And when I mean bad opinions, I don't mean things that are up for high controversy of thought, like, you know, who's right between Israel and Palestine. That's, you know, you tell me there's a clear-cut right, then I'd say, why are people taking so many years to argue about it? But there are some things that are obviously, you know, more wrong than others, like ethnocentrism sort of thing. Although I'd be willing to hear a racist or ethnocentrist try to explain to me why their idea is not a bad idea, then we'd probably make fun of them on stream, because probably would. Just FYI. But I'd at least be willing to hear you out. I do a lot of chat on politics. On, I wish I could read that word. Is that IRC? And it does get heated. Oh, you still use IRC? You've just gotten cool points in my book. Sorry, it's doing that YouTube thing where if it's one specific word in the newest chat line, then the reaction icon covers it. So that's why I couldn't read that word for a second. I've been on IRC since '93. Awesome. That's amazing. I used to have a community that I probably would still be connected with, but I think most of them kind of dropped off. And I didn't have the heart to go try to find a new community to connect up with. Well, if that's the case, hit me up in DMs if there's anything that you feel like would be an interesting topic to discuss on a Wednesday night. Something that would be engaging, but not necessarily like a clear-cut right or wrong. Although, I mean, even with clear-cut rights or wrongs, like, I mean, when it comes to something like racist thought, I would be curious to find, you know, somebody with strong racist ideas, or at least like a well thought out reason behind something that they feel, and just, you know, seek to understand how they got that way, what their motivations are, why they still feel that way in this era, if they've ever been presented with good counterfactuals and what they thought of that. I think that there are valid conversations to be had with people from even pretty negative philosophical backgrounds. Not that this is the place to platform hate on my channel, but it's at least the place where I think we can be a little bit unsafe and explore the motivations and decisions of people who then do, you know, some potentially really negative things with their life and their attempts at voting and organizing and all that sort of stuff. Like, try to understand them a little bit better, as opposed to keep them at a distance and vilify them entirely so that we would never be able to solve the problems that they present. I think it's better to understand them at a deeper level than cast them out completely. That's what happens if you don't stick around. Yeah. I stayed around as long as there were a few people I could talk with, and then the more people had kids and got married and just found other things to do with their time, I'm very social, so without my ROC folks that I've known for so long, I couldn't find a reason to still stay and then meet strangers. The politics channel I'm in at the moment doesn't have a lot of outright racists because they tend to get booted. Okay. But it does have a lot of like communists. I'm always interested in communism. Communism is one of those things that's like, it's proven to have so many logistic issues. It makes me curious to understand the modern communists' apologetics for why they think, sure, there's a whole bunch of ways in which it didn't work, but it might work if, and then, you know, they make their points. European communists who are also obnoxious in their own way. What network were you on? It was called the Emerald Isle. And it was started by somebody who is not Irish, which is, you know, interesting. If you poke me in DMs, I might tell you the backstory, because that's a long one, and we're already at the time where I should be getting some sleep. All right. Is there new stuff over there? I just saw sort of like a glowy blue, but that could have just been a graphical glitch. I appreciate your faces. Thank you for making tonight exactly what I wanted it to be. A deep dive, lots of different ideas tossed around. Not just one topic that we get stuck on, but a lot of different angles and points made, which I super appreciate. Generally, if you like this sort of talk, we dedicate time for this and a specific topic for this on Wednesdays, but we also aren't immune to having these sort of deep dives on the other days that I stream. I stream Wednesday through Saturday, starting 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific for about 4 hours per stream. Thursdays we do retro games, Friday multiplayer, and Saturday puzzle games. Right now we're doing the Mother franchise and the Myst franchise, so if you like either of those, you can check out the previous streams in my playlist section on YouTube, youtube.com/DamienHalme, which is also where you can dedicate your watch hours. If I get to 4,000 watch hours in 1 year's worth of days, then they will repatriate me. That's the only requirement I have left to become partner on YouTube a second time, since I lost partnership the first time. Not my fault, it was them. They changed the standards. If you'd like anything creepy and vampire huntery and stuff, and you have a good recommendation for what else we can populate this shelf with, including if you're an artist and you want to make something of your own, and I can shout you out and have your art forever on our Vampire Hunter shelf of goodies, let me know. Worked hard to get the few things up there that we have, and I'd like to populate the shelves with more and more fun stuff as we continue to build our backdrop and aesthetic for the stream. And oh yeah, there's also this new thing here. This is a thing that Troa often asks me to make sure that I have in streams. If I move the microphone over this way, you can actually see the subtitling a little bit better. We're already a good chunk of the way through this particular goal. This one is a really big one, and I said I wasn't going to put it up because I don't like big things on stream. We did this once so that we would have a camera for content creation, videos, video editing, and all that sort of thing. And when that goal was fulfilled, it almost broke us because I don't like receiving things from people. So I'll just say this. If you are of the means with which to contribute to this goal, we are building a roadcaster for the stream for audio routing, soundscapes, Discord functionality, and more. It's one piece of the puzzle that I've held off on for a very long time, thinking that other strategies, including just using OBS routing, Voice Meter Banana, and a bunch of other free services would sort of fill in the gaps. And I've essentially grown the complexities of my bot usage and sound usage to the point where this is sort of the next step along the way. I also set this goal for like the rest of the year because it'll slowly fill in its own. Every gift sub, renewal, prime, just anything that comes toward the stream, donations and bits and all that sort of stuff, it'll all trickle into this as well. So you'll see it moving on its own, I'm sure, because you've all been really awesome and more than gracious to this household and our master plan to get Oz in the workforce. I appreciate your faces. If you're on YouTube and Kick, we're going to say goodnight to you now. Twitch Hangout, we're going to go raid somebody else. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. And I will catch 2/3 of you tomorrow. Twitch, just hang on one second.